Morning, everyone. So have a look at some settings. Now, do you want to be staring into the sun or not really? Probably rather have me staring in the sun. Ooh. Right, just wait for YouTube to catch up. Bear with, just sorting out. Hi, how you doing? Living the dream, I hope. Oh, well, that's an early start for me. Very unusual for me to live stream at this time of the morning. 7:30 here in southern Russia. Barely awake, but another beautiful day. Another beautiful day. So, see, you can tell I'm half asleep. Not got my settings. So. Had some action last night. The neighbours, as I call them, country next door, which we are at conflict with, were flinging things. Russian air defence, as usual. Really good, I've got to say. So we had a lot of plane, helicopter activity last night. And yeah, threat neutralised, I think is what they say, isn't it? Apparently there are a few things, drones or whatever, shot down over the Black Sea. The Black Sea being about 15 minutes down the road. So a bit of geography. We're just outside a seaside resort town called Anapa. A-N-A-P-A, put that in your Google Maps. You'll see where we are, about 50 miles from Crimea. And we're quite near to a energy terminal called Turkstream, which is one of their favourite targets. There's no military here, it's all civilian infrastructure, but it doesn't stop them. The Nazis, they still like to attack civilian buildings. Belgorod's one of their favourites, isn't it? You guys don't see it because obviously in the West, the Western media blocks out anything coming from Russia, so you guys don't get to see it. So, you know, it's all propaganda, it doesn't really happen. But the reality is it does happen, it happens every single day. But, you know, that's all denied, it's all lies. Russian propaganda. Well, it's not. It's fact. They attack civilians every single day and have done since 2014. No day that they haven't. So, quite normal. Russians are used to it. You know, people say, well, aren't you scared? Scared of what? I'm probably one of the safest places on earth. There's an awful lot of Russian military between me and the Nazis. So I ain't scared, no, I'm not worried. More chance of me getting hit by lightning than being hit by a drone. So, no, don't live my life in fear. And like I say, Russian air defence, pretty good. And that's another thing that you guys don't see. You just hear the, Russia's running out of missiles, Russia's running out of this, Russia's running out of that. Chips from washing machines, tatters, I tell you, according to the crazy lady. But no, that's not the case. There's quite a capability on the Russian side, I'd say. I'm no expert. But, yeah, I can wake up with a smile. Anyhow, good morning. Brief update. What do we want to talk about? Trump, what's there to say? Same old, isn't it? As I always say, don't listen to what the idiot says, just watch what he does. And I will call him an idiot because he's a spineless, gutless leader. He's not a leader, that's the wrong word. Just a spineless, gutless man. He has no backbone. All he does is he throws out 100 things, sees which one garners the most support, and then that's the one he goes with. And it's, you know, yeah, it's just rubbish. You know, there's no leadership skills there. He can't make a decision. He waits for the last person he spoke to talk to him and advise him, and then that's the decision he goes with. No leadership there. So I've lost all respect for that guy. I was one of his supporters in the early days of this administration, or before. I was hopeful that he was going to come in, do what he said he was going to do, deal with the deep state and end all the wars, but the only wars he ends are the ones he starts. It's not really ending a war, is it? It's a bit like cutting somebody with a razor blade and then giving them a plaster and saying, "There, I'll fix that for you." Not really, is it? Wandering around my pool at the moment. I do that, I walk and talk. But it's going to be another hot day. It was about 31, 32 degrees here yesterday. So, yeah. So no, Trump, there's not much to say, is there really? But I do want to discuss World War III, because that's the buzz at the moment. Well, it has been for a while, hasn't it? We're either in World War III, we're at the beginning of World War III, or we're waiting for World War III. Why is that? Why are we told that? Well, we're told that to keep you good little compliant doggies. Keep the fear. Keep everybody scared. Because you're easy to control then. Everybody's living in fear. And that's what it is. World War III. Russia is the bogey. Must be fearful of Russia. Why? Russia's no threat. Not to Europe. Never has been. But can't sell that. Can't control people by saying, "Oh no, there's nothing to worry about from Russia." No, it don't work. Got to keep Russia bad. Russia's going to kill us all. Russia's going to take us all over. Overrun our country. Why is that? Well, because that's what they've been telling you for a long time. And that's the thing that they've doubled down on and tripled down on. And if they start telling you something different now, what happens? They're gone, aren't they? They're out of power straight away. Instantly. So they've got to keep saying the same thing. But it's bullshit. Why don't I think there'll be World War III? Well, lots of people make some very good arguments about why there will be World War III. Scholars, theologians, is that what you call them? And, you know, I'm in no way trying to be disrespectful to these guys. Their knowledge far outweighs mine. But their knowledge, from what I see, seems to be based on history. Historic events. History has done this, so this is going to repeat. And there's lots of reasons why, to a certain degree, that can be true. But historically, events lead to a world war. You know, we all know it comes from the banking sector, but events lead to a world war because it escalates and nobody has an off-ramp or an off button. And then First World War, Second World War, same sort of thing. And here we are again. But it's different this time. It's different because of the nuclear age. And some people argue that that won't make any difference. They'll still press the button. They'll still fight. There'll still be a nuclear war because they believe there's a limited nuclear war capability and this, that and the other. But this is the thing that people don't seem to focus on. The elite section, the globalists, the maxis, the 1%ers, the scum at the top, whatever you want to call them. I don't like calling them elites. That implies some sort of superiority. They're not, they're just vile, disgusting creatures that are only interested in self-interest. But the reason we won't have a World War III and nuclear exchange is because of them. So we get to a point where we're going to because of them, but we won't actually have it because of them. Why? Because they're greedy little piggies. That's why. They like their niceties. They like their life how it is. They like to be able to look at next year's model yacht and go, ooh, it's 5 foot bigger than the one I've got. I think I'll place an order. They like to look at a new house on the shores of Lake Luzerne. They like to look at a new penthouse in Miami. They like to look at all this stuff. They like to look at the latest supercar offerings. They like to be able to buy them because that's their life. That's what gives them excitement. Much like a manic depressive goes on a shopping spree. They get to a point where, you know, life's shit, everything's shit, it's all crap, it's all shit. So to get a temporary high and a temporary fix, they go on a shopping spree. A bit of retail therapy. And that's the elites. That's the elites. That's this scum at the top. That's what they do. Same thing. Now, if they have a World War III and everything gets nuked, they turn into warlocks, don't they? They're just in bunkers underground. And that's the end of them, ultimately, in a few years. Their families and everything else. Which, you know, do they care about? Nah, they're probably raping their own kids anyway. They don't care about that. But what they do care about is not being able to buy next year's yacht because there is no sea to sail in because it's all radioactive. So that's why there won't be World War III, because it will stop their lifestyle. And that's their sole mission in life, is to enjoy life tomorrow better than they enjoy life today. It's always a constant cycle of improvement. That's where the expression keeping up with the Joneses probably comes from. Should be keeping up with the scumbags. Because they just want to outdo each other. Bit of dick measuring. So, that's why I don't think there'll be World War III. And I accept that history says this, and these are all the reasons that caused Y, and X and Y, and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, I've spoke to people that can quote figures through history and historic events. I have no clue about, straight over my head. I happily admit that. But I've learned in life that quite often very, very clever people miss the basic stuff because they have too much information. You know, and people say you can never have too much information, but you absolutely can. If you have too much information, you have a large pool of information to draw from. And sometimes that clouds your judgment. And I mean, a classic saying for that is can't see the wood for the trees. And I've encountered that myself. I used to do a bit of suspension setup on bikes. And didn't know how the suspension worked, didn't know how the internals worked. I didn't know about stack heights of shims and air gaps and weights of oil and spring ratios and all of the stuff that goes on inside the suspension. I knew what it was, but I didn't know how it worked. But all of the suspension guys, they all did. They knew every inch of that. It was their job, ultimately. Me, I just came along, I just did some basic stuff. I listened to the rider, asked him what the bike was doing, going into a corner, mid-corner and coming out of the corner. I looked at the bike on track, watched him ride, matched that up with what he was saying, and look at the tyre wear. Because all of that kind of stuff is factual. It's not data. But these suspension guys will have data, pages and pages of data. You know, this time last year we raced at this track, the track temperature was this, the air temperature was this, blah, 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 and all of these different variables, which is great. It's wonderful. But ultimately, on the day, the only thing that matters is how the bike performs on the day. So historically, yeah, it might help you, give you a base setting, but it's not to be relied on. And that's what I found. A lot of these suspension guys just came and regurgitated previous settings and made a minor adjustment for tyre manufacturer, for example. And that was another thing. Tyre manufacturers, different type of bike racing that I used to be involved with was Supermoto, and when we went to the World Championships, there was a control tyre that everybody had to use, and basically that tyre manufacturer issued the guidelines for the tyre. This is the pressure that you must run it at. Really? And everybody, oh no, that's the pressure it has to run at. Why is that then? Well, because Michelin know what they're doing. They spent millions on development, and that's the optimum tyre pressure. Yep, they were right. If it was in a laboratory, and the bike wasn't. So it's something that needed to be altered and had to be altered. But a lot of people, because the data says, that's what they stick with. And it's the same with this, you know, this theory about World War III. They have data, they have previous experience. Historically, all of these events have led to this. But as I said, it's different this time, because previously the world didn't end. What happened was lots of people died that were nowhere near the 1%ers at the top. So they weren't affected by it in any way. They just, you know, moved somewhere where it didn't affect them. But that's not the case anymore, and that's why it's different this time. And this is the thing that people overlook. This time, if it did go sideways and the nuke started flying, then everything, you know, there is no talk of life on Earth. Mother Nature will survive, but that doesn't include us. So unless you're in an underground bunker with 100 years supply of food, water, air, and your paedophilic desires, you ain't going to survive. But that kind of existence, you can't buy your new yacht, you can't buy your new penthouse, because there's nothing to sail it on or build it on. So that's why they won't do it. It ruins their life. It brings them down to our level. They can't have that. So there we go. So that's my theory on World War III. Feel free to argue with me. Just an English bloke in southern Russia wandering around his swimming pool at the moment. Probably need to count the laps that I'm doing. Anyhow, we'll crack on, but let me say hello before I get too... I always do this, I get behind the chat. Hi guys. God bless, thank you. Doug Too Fat, honestly mate, never heard that before. Dos Vidania. Help for review, can't be bothered to read it. Mr. Cleans, no idea. Tip for tat. Dobro utra. Moja druk. Ah, Alexei. Good morning, my friend. Yeah, I can read that. Moja druk. Hi from Japan. Alexei, what are you doing up at this time of day? I'm sure you've been at work for quite a while already, so God bless you. Cameras are still working, by the way. Out here for military reasons. Who? Who's out here for military reasons? Don't know. Soon to be allies. Okay. What don't I like about Russia? I love that, proper question. Like a proper question. Sensible, isn't it? If you've got the opportunity to talk to somebody wandering around a swimming pool in southern Russia, and you're in the States or Australia or England, why don't you take that opportunity instead of, like some people do, bashing away at their keyboard till the fingers are red in their mummy's basement. You're a fascist, blah, Russia bad, blah. Instead of doing that, ask a proper question like that. What don't I like about Russia? So, as always, my opinions are exactly that. They're just my opinions, and they're based on my experience. They're not based on something I've read about St. Petersburg, okay? So this is my experience. My experience is I'm living my best life. My experience here is, well, hang on. What do you guys think? I don't know. Now, swimming pool and sauna in there, look. That's our sauna. That's the sun shining on it. I'll show you. I don't know, maybe that's not everybody's idea of a good time. Maybe people have got that and they're like, yeah, so what? Not interested, whatever. That's our sauna in there, which will be getting used fairly soon as we head towards the winter months. But for me, I'm living a life that I could only have dreamed of living in the UK. No way that I could have afforded a house like the one we have, with a swimming pool in the UK. Have to be covered, wouldn't it? In a building. Terraces, saunas. Couldn't have that in the UK. Not because it's not available, just because I couldn't afford it. So I can here. So, am I biased? Am I pro-Russian? It's hard not to be when this is the lifestyle I'm living, and this has been afforded to me by this country. So I'm extremely grateful. But getting back to the question, because I do wander about a bit. What don't I like about Russia? One thing. There are some minor, I won't even call them irritations, but some minor things that you sort of, if you're very narrow-minded, you could let them upset you. You know, like maybe the roads around some of the backstreet areas. When you're used to the UK where everything's tarmac. Trouble is, most of the UK roads are smashed to bits now, aren't they, and full of potholes, so probably our roads are better. But yeah, things like that. And you go to the village, around the back roads. Some of the roads are pretty uneven, they're unmade. But that's just a minor niggle, that's not something that I don't like. That's character. And the only thing I don't like is the price of cars. Because they're expensive. And that'll change. But that's how it is at the moment. That's it. That's the only thing I don't like. So, sensible question. Hopefully that's a sensible answer. But again, it's my opinion, my perspective, isn't it? But yeah, that's it. Everything else is better. Everything. Food's better in every way. Fresh local produce, everything grows here. You stick a stick in the ground and it grows. So grapes, cherries, walnuts, peaches, they grow like weeds, literally, side of the road. Peaches not so much, they got to be planted, but again, you can't stop them. You chop the tree down and it'll still grow. So the ground's very fertile. Consequently, the food that comes out of it is very good quality. We don't have GMO here. That's banned, so there's none of this genetically modified bullshit. That's illegal in this country. Why is that? Do you think the government does that to make money? No. Government makes those kind of decisions because they know it's not good for the people, contrary to what you might hear in the West. So yeah, the food, is incredible. Lost a few kilos since I came here. Put a few back on over Christmas, but losing them again now. It's easy to do, you can eat well. The weather. It's not all snow, bears, gangsters, vodka, horse and cart, as I say. It's certainly not all snow. So we've got a nice beach here at Anapa. So, yeah, the weather is the biggest shock, I think, for people new to my channel. That's the thing that throws them, because it's not their vision of Russia. If they don't know about Russia, other than what they've read in the newspapers, that's the thing that surprises them the most. And that, I think, is why I show the swimming pool so often, because people just go, what? So hopefully things like that start to make people think, oh, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting a swimming pool in Russia. There it is. So yeah, it's a case of, for me, everything here is better. The people, very humbling. It's a very humbling experience coming here. Because you come here with your Western attitude, and if you're open-minded, you'll lose it real quick, because you'll realise that that is quite poisonous. And Russians ain't built like that. Look at these idiots. Oh, getting ready to pounce. There she goes. Dum, 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 dum. Bless them. Cat's life. They ain't got a bad life. Little furry monsters. Keep the vet busy anyway. I've got 5 cats. Yeah, so thank you for that sensible question. Hopefully that's answered it. Oh, Pete, are you even allowed on here? No. Trump is a KGB asset. Well, in that case, he's probably dead. There's no such thing as the KGB. That was replaced many, many, many years ago. Making gay marriage illegally in America. Whatever. It's a moot point, isn't it? What does it mean in the real world? Who cares? The only people that care about something like that are the people that it affects. I don't care. I don't care one way or the other about gay marriage anyway. I do care about it when they try and inflict it onto children. That's when I care. That's when I start to get the ump. When they try and push that bullshit agenda onto children in schools. Yeah. That's them when we get cross. But, you know, one guy wants to marry another guy, or one girl wants to marry another girl. A, what business is it of mine? It's not my business. I shouldn't put my nose in it. And B, how does it affect me? Doesn't. So, yeah, if that's what they're wanting to do, want to go somewhere and commit to each other verbally and symbolically, fine. If they're part of a paedophile ring, they should be burned at the stake. If they're inflicting that bullshit, if they're teachers and they're manipulating children at school, they should be burned at the stake. Yeah, but aside from that, don't care. Matters not. Pool room's running. Oh, means the pool's on, that's cool. How much does a gallon of petrol cost nowadays? Well, we're on the metric system over here. So, don't do it in gallons. So it's by the litre. And a litre of fuel. Oh yeah, that's another good one at the moment. That's a hot topic at the moment, isn't it? Fuel. Yeah. Russia's got queues of petrol stations. Russians are running out of fuel because Ukrainians have been so successful in destroying all of the refineries and the fuel pumps and, you know, the chickens that make petrol and whatever. More crap. All bullshit. So the price of fuel here for a litre varies from region to region. Our region, it's a bit pricey where we are down here in the south, and it is about 65 rubles a litre. So in English money, that's probably about 61 pence a litre. US, I don't know, 65, 70 cents a litre, something like that. I'm not sure. I mean, the US has always notoriously had cheap fuel, so I don't know what the cost is there at the moment, but the UK just pays through the nose for it. Although it has come down. A couple of 3 years ago, it just went stupid, and it was over £2 a litre, which was ridiculous, just pure profiteering. There was no reason for it other than raping the consumer. But no, here it's pretty stable. It's gone up over the last 4 years. It's probably gone up 10 rubles over the last 4 years, about 8 pence. So yeah, valid question. I hope that helps. Let's get rid of that. Matthew Crawford, very good album, that. Can't beat a bit of Rush, can you? Why don't you get all the Muslim... Joe. My country? I'm still waiting for the check, because I wasn't aware that I owned a country. But anyhow, my country. Why don't I get all the Muslim people? I mean, do I really need to pick that statement apart to demonstrate its stupidity? Nah. I'll let that one just bubble away on the back burner. Kind of stupid comment, really, isn't it? What do I not like about Russia? Yeah, done that one. Price of cars. Covered that off. If you're going to put an abusive comment in, chances are YouTube will capture it before I do. So if it doesn't get read out, it's because I haven't seen it, because YouTube has just hidden it. They don't hide it from the poster, which is quite funny. So these people think that, you know, they're typing stuff in the comments, this abusive crap, and it has some sort of impact. It doesn't. It's not impacting me standing by my swimming pool at the moment. But most of the time I don't see it anyway. So, same with if you post links or telephone numbers or stuff like that. YouTube pulls it. It's not really fun, because I like to do that, but... and it's sometimes it'll just show on my screen as held for review. Yeah, whatever. So no, what do I not like about Russia? Price of cars. Great. You survived a Greyhound trip. Cool. Sean Rhodes, I'm glad I don't have to worry about drones and never will. Okay. Cool. I don't worry about them either. Son like you, old kiddie. Got some really good air defence here. It's one thing the US ain't got. So just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it won't. But that is one thing that the US lacks, is a defensive network. Why? Because it's always aggressive, isn't it? The US doesn't believe in being a defensive nation and protecting its borders. Although some would argue now that Trump has closed the border. Yeah, great. Closed one border. Very symbolic. Looks good. Good optics, isn't it? I've closed the border. Yeah. I shut the gate after the horse legged it into the field. Brilliant. But no, US military is based on offensive, being destructive in other people's countries. Because they don't get attacked, do they? So, yeah, I'd rather be here, where they've developed their air defence over years and years and years and years. Because if the big stuff starts to fly, you've got a better chance here than you have anywhere else. Because A, this country is the largest country in the world, so it's going to take an awful lot of them big things. And B, it's got the best air defence in the world, so it's got a better chance of shooting some of that stuff down. Where would you rather be? Anyway, are you talking about the perpetual storm, what the US creates? Perpetual war. What is the stat? Out of 250 years of existence, they've been at war for 237 years. Something like that. Don't quote me to the penny, but it's something like that. Sounds like a peaceful nation to me. Don't know anything else. Country survives purely on two things: war and media. And the two go hand in hand, as I've said before. If you can generate a nice war, you can get the film crews out there to film it and then sell it to all the news agents around the world. And if you haven't got a war, you can rely on the media to start one. So they go hand in hand, and the US is very good at both. Not very good at winning at both, but they're very good at doing both. Anyhow, starting to sound like a bitch. Let's get rid of you. You had no value. Bobby Sands for Prime Minister. Blimey, I'm old enough to remember that name as well. Cheers from the US, flyby. Yeah, it's not beer time here, although technically, if the sun is above the horizon, it is beer time, isn't it? But no, I'm off to booze at the minute. For a bit-ish, sort of. Anyhow. CH, wouldn't be surprised if they do it again. DC, hello from UK, mate. Hey, you're up early, Christ. 6 o'clock in the morning in the UK. You're a working man? Or you got a house full of kids? It's usually one or the other, isn't it? But hello, DC. Nice to see you. Whereabouts in the UK are you from? Hi, where in southern Russia are you? Thank you, Ulysses. I'm in a small village just outside a seaside resort town called Anapa. So if you stick ANAPA into your Google Maps, you'll see where we are. On the coast of the Black Sea, about 50 miles from Crimea. Sun's getting bright now. That's a stupid saying, isn't it? Because the sun's always bright. It's just we roll in and out of it. So we're rolling into the sun a bit more at the minute. That's what I should be saying. Still funding Serbia, I see. Yeah. Yeah, well, now USAID has been disbanded. All of that NGO stuff has all stopped. It's not possible anymore. Yeah, okay. Of course, all of those tens of thousands of scumbag people that sole mission in life was to go and cause chaos and destruction in other people's countries, in democratically elected countries, and regime change. All of that stopped now because Trump said so. Of course it ain't. Just under a different name now, isn't it? It's all bullshit. People stop meddling in other people, well, we'll be a better place, won't it? Beautiful, mate. Flyby, thank you. I've been called many things. Not often beautiful, but appreciate the comment. Do Australians understand lawn care? The fuck would I know? I haven't been to Australia, so I can't check out the lawns. And although I know a few Australians, I haven't asked them. So, and if your comment is relating to our lawn, it's been pretty dry here, and we haven't watered it, so it's in a bit of a state. But I'm not Australian, so yeah, good luck with that. I do get confused for German out here a lot, which it almost offends me, but it doesn't, because I understand that, you know, other people, I sound German, I guess, to Russians maybe, but I get confused with that a lot. It's either American or German. Very rare that somebody thinks I'm English. When I tell them I'm English, it's always England. They're always surprised, because even now Russians hold England in high regard. So what are you idiots doing? Yep, it's UFCC, the Ultimate Fighting Cat Championships. You puffed out now, are you, mate? Oh, here we go. Usually it happens around this this drain cover. That seems to be the ring. Oh, there's another one waiting. There's 4 out of 5. Absolute idiots. Zura, hey, pool guy here, and that is in fact a pool. It is. You are right. You obviously know your stuff. We've rephrased that. Do Brits understand lawn care? Jesus. Yeah. What I wouldn't like about Russia, cold long winters, everything else I would love. We don't have cold long winters here. So, yeah, I mean, you know, we're into September now, it's 31 degrees. So we don't have cold long winters here. Obviously there are parts of Russia that do. But Russia's a big place and people forget that. Well, I don't think it's that they forget it. Everybody's heard the stat. You know, Russia's the largest country in the world. But it doesn't really compute, does it? It doesn't make a lot of sense. How do you sort of comprehend that? Well, you won't until you come here. And if you don't come here, you'll never comprehend it. It's that simple. It won't make sense. You won't understand it. It's only when you come here and yeah, you go out driving, you go out all day driving, and you realise that you haven't left your region. And our region is the size of England. So, yeah, it's a big place. So, yeah, it has 11 time zones, this country. 11 different time zones. And every climate you can think of. Which is, well, part of the reason it's a lovely place to be. So you can go and have everything here. If you don't want long, cold winters, come to the south. We don't have them. If you like snow, go north a bit. If you want to go skiing, go down to Sochi. Water sports, yeah, whatever you want. Plenty of them. Lots of other things as well. Check out my channel. Have a look in the YouTube channel. Some of my videos from various things, various places. It's all random stuff. But might shock you, might surprise you. Got a lovely video to upload maybe later on today from Japanese garden in Krasnodar. Amazing. Yeah, another message health review. Make your lawn better. Can't be asked. I don't need to because it all grows here. So as soon as it has water on it, it will grow and turn green. So don't really spend any time on the lawn doing anything. I don't like football. I don't play croquet. I'm not into cricket. So if I had my way, I'd concrete the whole lot. Wife won't let me though. But yeah, I don't really care too much about the lawn. Got some nice pretty flowers on it. Yeah, whatever. The only thing I care about in the garden, because everything's green stuff to me, I don't know what one thing is to another. The only things that I know what they are is the things that I can eat. So I know what this thing is. It's a peach tree. Why? Because I ate the peaches off of it last week. I know what that thing is. It's a cherry tree for the same reason, although it wasn't last week. And the one behind it, apricots. So I know what those things are because it's food. I like food. But as for the other stuff, I haven't got a clue. Don't know. But is there chocolate shit? Don't know. I don't think so. No, I mean, it's not Cadbury's, but it's not full of a load of shit, is it? So, bought some Dubai chocolate last night. If you haven't had Dubai chocolate, go and find some. It's lovely. Anyhow, dude, Europe is done for. I am not going to argue with that. Poor Britain, not going to argue with that either. Can't even criticise being illegally invaded. Rusky. Okay, 9. Okay. Mark Interpool. I might get in the pool in a minute. It's getting hot. Right, well, yeah, natural eating is only available to people that can afford it. Yeah. Yeah, in the West, that's true. It's called organic. And they charge you twice the price for it. So they do less to it, but charge you more for it. Sounds like taxation, doesn't it? Don't have that here. They do less to it. And get this, this is another good thing I like about Russia. In the height of the season, the stuff gets cheaper. Not the other way round. So case in point, if you think about strawberries in the UK, the height of strawberry season, i.e. Wimbledon, they're at their most expensive. Earlier this year, a friend of mine sent me a picture from the UK where he bought a little, what we call a punnet of strawberries, a little hand thing, and it had 9 strawberries in it, and it was £5. Well, £5 out here will buy you about 2.5 kilos of strawberries. And they're proper strawberries. Again, have a look at my channel. There's a few shorts on there about strawberries. Sit in their hand like that, like an apple. And they just dissolve in your mouth. Amazing. You don't really know what fruit tastes like until you come here. Especially the peaches. Oh. They keep the poor weak and infectious through drugs and poison foods. Yeah. Show inside the house. There's lots of videos on my channel from inside the house, but maybe I'll give you a little wander about. Don't know. Depends what the wife's doing. She doesn't like me filming inside the house that often because she hasn't had time to tidy it up. It's always bloody tidy anyway, but anyhow, I'll show you in the sauna if you like. This is our outdoor shower room. That's our cold plunge. Pull that little chain there and 30 litres of cold water drops on your head. This is all underfloor heating as well. And then this is the sauna. Kind of cool. Well, it's not actually. Kind of hot. Not today. Lights on. No. What that salt lights up there? Look. It's a thing. I don't know. There's my hat. You're in Russia. Very good. There's my little boy. Follows me everywhere like a doggy. Don't you, Rios? He's called Rios. after, was it the 43rd Treasurer of the United States, Rosie Rios, $1 trillion lady. Signatures on every $100 bill, I think. If you're not into crypto, you won't understand the reference. And even if you are into crypto, you still might not. You've got to be into a certain crypto to understand the reference. And I have been for many years. So yeah, he's called Rios. That one over there is called Ripple, the Egyptian Mal. The odd one out is the one nearest the fence there, so you can just about see her. Gizmo, called Gizmo for a reason. She's a freaking gremlin. And then we got Rosie and we got Luna. Anyhow, show inside the house. Didn't get that far, did I? Yeah, like I say, have a look on the channel. There's a few videos about the house, from inside the house. Where are you that is so sunny? Southern Russia. As I said, just outside a resort town called Anapa. Let's turn you back around. I'll have a seat. I'm getting hot. I'm cooking. Have a seat for a bit before I go wandering again. There we go. Can I even see the screen? Probably not. It's very bright. Where are you? I don't know, yeah, done that. Somebody else said hi, hi. No extradition, probably not. Do you hear that buzzing? No, Sean. Doesn't get here. Our people should take Constantinople. Okay. World War III has already begun. Well, I disagree. I disagree. I mean, the Americans say that a lot because Americans, you know, without being disrespectful to you guys, because some of you are sensible, but Americans tend to think that America is the world. You know, they have their own world championships, which is quite funny. In many things, just go and look it up. There's lots of world championships that are only in America and only open to Americans. Interesting. What's that? Big fish, small pond? Don't know. Oh dear. I'll have to go in the shade, aren't I? It's so bright, I'm sorry. So bright here. Right, okay. Finally someone with common sense. Where? What, you mean me? You know what I say about common sense? It's not that common. Do have a bit of common sense. It's very prolific here in Russia. The country runs on it. Common sense. Not a lot of people like that. It's true. That's why I like it here. Operates on common sense. Especially health and safety. The Darwin theory. Still far too expensive. Okay. Know your knowledge. I spend a few hours every single day trying to understand what I talk about. George, where are you? No, I'm in southern Russia. Keep telling you. In the region of Krasnodarsky Krai, just outside a seaside resort town called Anapa, A-N-A-P-A. So yeah, southern Russia. Looks like Antarctica, does it? Okay. Can't see that you're a lot of use to the chat. Is this the guy swimming in his bin, hottest day in England? No. Okay. Let's get rid of you as well. George, I would move to Russia tomorrow. You can. Again, contrary to what you may be told, which again is bullshit, isn't it? Government advice: do not travel to Russia. Fear of death, risk of dying of death. Okay. Must keep you all scared, keep you fearful. Let's get in the shade. There we go. I'd move to Russia too. Guys, check out my channel. Have a look on the YouTube channel. It's very basic stuff. Me wandering about a bit, showing you the area that I live in, showing you the vineyards that we live in amongst the beach. We've got 40 kilometres of sandy beach here. Dolphins swimming around your legs. Yeah. Check out the channel. Check out some of the videos. Might shock you. Might open your eyes. Might surprise you. Might give you some questions. If you've got them, join my Telegram group and ask them. Or come on here and bash away on the keyboard. Only fools Russian. Righto, that makes sense, doesn't it? Greetings from Germany, Maurice. Whereabouts in Germany? Hi to you. Oh, okay, Lewis Gaza. Yeah. Well, 230 years because of native tribes declaring war on each other. I mean, it's a good narrative. Not really factual, though, is it? US has always been at war with somebody. That's all it knows. Apart from the Orange Man. Oh, it's going to end all wars. Yep. Of course he is. Oh, he's going to end the Russia-Ukraine conflict. How many times has he ended it already? I'm going to have this done in a day. I'm going to have this done. I'm going to have it done. I've ended it. I've done it. We've made a deal. We've nearly made a deal. Just in case anybody doesn't know, this conflict ends when Russia decides it ends. And I'm not trying to be making some dramatic statement. It's just a statement of fact. Stop listening to the bullshit. Stop believing that the Europeans have any influence on this. Stop believing that sanctions work. Stop believing that President Trump is some kind of peacemaker. Stop believing all this crap, because it is crap. It's absolute crap. It's just, yap, slip service. Russia laid out its terms last year. They've been known since the beginning, but they've been expanded as obviously Russia moves further forward. But they laid out their terms last year, in June. President Putin did. So all the world leaders are fully aware of what ends this war. And it ain't Donald Trump. And it ain't Ursula von der Crazy. And it ain't Macron. And it ain't Starmer. It ain't any of the others. And it ain't the coalition of the willing. And it ain't any of this other bullshit buzzword crap. So stop believing it. And also, be very, very careful about what's happening in the UK at the moment with this flag stuff. Not all as it seems, okay? Yeah. When you're in war, you have colours, don't you? You have your flag. And you rally behind the flag. You rally behind the colours. I'm sure everybody has seen the images and the statues of soldiers holding up a flag and all of that kind of stuff. There's a reason for that. It unites people behind a cause. Now, some people are going to say, yeah, they're united behind a cause and it's all about immigration. Is it now? If you are shouting, if you're a government and you're shouting, war, 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 because you've ruined the country, and the only thing you can do is A, distract, and B, create a war economy where you have all the power to control the population, take their money, charge them more taxes. You've got to keep the war cycle going. But at some point, you're going to have to put money where your mouth is. Now, the British Armed Forces, like most of Europe's armed forces, are in a terrible state. So just be careful, just be mindful of all of this rallying behind the flag stuff. Isn't just about immigration. Okay? Just let that sink in. Be patriotic. Why? Because you'll defend your country. Defend it, or go and attack another country in the name of it. Be careful, boys and girls. Don't let your sons and daughters fall into that trap of joining the armed forces in the name of freedom and democracy. Anyhow, we can go off on a tangent there, can't we? Hello from Ireland, Corey Bradley. What a cool name. Love that. Good morning from St. Pete. Passing by while caffeinating myself, Natalia. Good girl, well done. Free Palestine. Asian, you can print that as much as you like. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Stop the murder. Because there is no justification for it. None. Zero. And I'm not going to say Israelis are bad, chickens are bad, ducks are bad, whatever. I couldn't care less. It's all moot point stuff. But what I do care about is murder, civilians being murdered. So yeah, free Palestine. Yeah, stop the genocide. Fuck you. Stop the genocide. Nathan, World War III will happen, it's inevitable. World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. There will be no World War IV if there is a World War III. People don't understand that, and the reason they don't understand it is because of the propaganda. It's because of the bullshit. Tactical nuclear weapons, limited nuclear strikes, limited nuclear wars. And it's all shit. There is no such thing as limited fucking anything. Russia has a thing called a dead hand system. So if there's a decapitation strike on Moscow and all of the Russian government is taken out, the dead hand system is an automatic system that launches all nuclear weapons. Automatically. 6,000 of them. And if you take something like the Sarmat, which has, I think, 14 warheads, that one missile will take out the UK. One missile, UK gone. So what's 6,000 going to do? And that's just here. Obviously, when these get launched, everybody else's get launched. So there is no World War IV, no such thing. Slime Coop, yes. What do people think about Putin in Russia? Is it true he has a high approval rating? I haven't met anyone. I've met a few people that don't agree with necessarily all of government policy. I'll say that. But I haven't met anybody that isn't behind Putin in some kind of way. May not be behind every single viewpoint and policy. They may not, necessarily agree with certain things, but his approval rating and support in his country is immense. And not because of media, but just purely because of what the man has done to this country. He has lifted it out of the ashes. Mark Duffy, I'm 83 in Denmark. I see UK going downhill. You see very well then, sir. It has done, but it's not an overnight process. This has been, this is decades. Germany as well. Yep. Europe, full stop. Just got to look at it. Come back to G8, 7 is lucky. Yeah, I don't think that's ever going to happen. I mean, look at what Russia and China have just signed and agreed to. What's it, Power of Siberia 2? Dear. Europe should never, ever have allowed that to happen. And to be honest, Europe didn't. It's just these evil monsters a handful of people that control the masses. That should never have been allowed to happen, because that seals the fate of Europe for high energy costs. Because once that thing opens, all of the gas and oil that used to go to Russia and could potentially, used to come from Russia and could potentially come from Russia again in the future, is over. Because once you find a new reliable partner in business, you don't give them up, you stick with them. So Siberia 2 is not good for Europe. Can they do anything about it? Nope. Will the US NGOs try to? Of course they will. Love a bit of colour revolution, don't they? They love a bit of regime overthrow. Bring freedom and democracy. Yeah, right. Problem they've got is it goes through Mongolia, and as is often the case with US government not understanding other countries, they just think that they probably can regime change Mongolia. Don't know Mongols then, do they? So yeah, no, that's a done deal, I'm afraid. It's going to take a few years for it to come into service, but not as many as the West will think, because they build things quick out here. Real quick. So once that goes into service, dear. Right. James Good. The only thing uprising in the UK are the hordes of migrants. Not true, Aslan. Stop spreading fake news. Okay, don't know who Aslan is. Asian Aslan. Anyhow. American or German, this guy is British for sure, but his accent can be understood. Some of the accents over there, I couldn't make it my life dependent. Nathan, true story. We have a lot of accents in the UK. I'll report you for lying about Denmark. Oh, okay. What's your favourite word? Lots of Russians look Chinese and Mongolian. No, in that part of the country, yes. You know, over, hang on, let me do the north, south, east, west. Over in the east, on the border, then yes, certainly. You know, it's more Asian, isn't it? So it's going to be. Europe was being invaded by design. Yeah. A lot of people subscribe to that theory. Actually, mankind divided will collapse. Yeah, most of it will. Japanese weed crumble house. Righto. Yeah, no, our house is made of bricks. Not like a lot of houses, especially in the US. They're made of wood. Framed houses. Yeah, they ain't built to last, are they? They're built to last long enough for you to pay the mortgage on them. Ah, Paul, they are. Russian bride. My wife's Russian. Yeah. But you're probably one of the stereotypical guys, aren't you? Oh, here's another English guy. Met a woman. She's Russian. He married her, moved to Russia. And that's why. Nah, my story's different, mate. I met my wife in the UK. And there was no talk of moving to Russia. Never was. I actually sold my house in the UK, and my wife sold her property, and we were looking to buy a house in the UK. We were looking for houses. That's where we were going to be. And then I came here in October 2021 on holiday with the wife, and my world turned upside down. So coming to Russia was my decision. The wife's very happy about it, but it was my decision. In fact, she tried to talk me out of it. Not because she didn't want to come, but because she thought, you know, maybe I'm you know, jumping too soon, or you know, I'm not understanding everything that's involved, and of course I obviously didn't. I don't speak the language, but I knew as soon as I came here that this was where I needed to be, it's where I should be, felt right. But it wasn't a case that I met a Russian and then, you know, she convinced me to move to Russia. Not at all. So, yeah, not the stereotypical, I'm afraid. But yes, my wife is Russian. Okay, whatever, Mark. Brother, it's 6 AM. Yeah, exactly. 8:37 here. Scotland? I love Scotland. Been there many times. Know my way around Scotland. Great place. Yeah, Mark, I disagree. I disagree. Spent a lot of time in Germany in my younger days. My dad lived there. And probably the first thing that my dad said to me, because I went there as an idiot kid, going, oh, Germany, Nazis, and all of that. My dad pulled me to one side and very sternly and very clearly made it very clear to me, don't fucking do that here, son. You will get fucked up. So, no, not necessarily true. Still kind of dark here in Scotland. It probably is, mate. It's early, isn't it? Nice shower. Yeah, thank you. That's how far behind the chat I am. Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys. Let me try and catch up. Whereabouts in Russia are you? Peter Bills. Peter Bills. I used to know Pete Bills. Used to build bikes for the TT. I used to sell him bits. Used to sell him engines and frames. Pete Bill. Nice guy. Whereabouts in Russia? I'm in southern Russia, Krasnodarsky Krai region. Just outside a seaside resort town called Anapa, on the coast of the Black Sea, about 50 miles from Crimea. Are you Indian? Yeah, definitely. Raise the colours, pansy. Okay. Why would I do that? Who put glasses on a thumb? Oh. That's funny, that. Not as funny as that. It's going to take a lot to fix America, but we're trying. Ed, you're absolutely right. It will take a lot. It will take a lot, and it will need the people. It will have to come from the people. It's not coming from government, because they're all as bad as each other. Just different sides of the same coin. They all talk a lot, like Trump. Talks, unbelievable. Never ever listen to what Trump says. Never. No matter what he says, don't listen to it. Just watch what he does. Doesn't matter what he says, because what he says this morning will be different in the afternoon. He just fires out statements all the time, in all different directions, to see what garners support, and then he goes along with it. He isn't a leader. He just goes with the popularity. And the popularity changes depending on the weather. So don't listen to what he says. But America can come back from it, but it's going to need the people to deal with it. It's going to need them to, you know, do what the elites don't want you to do, and that's get together. Right, let's try and catch up with this. Tax, insurance and accessories. Why you hate UK? I don't hate UK. Why on earth do you think I hate UK? That's in your mind, not mine. And Queensland, Australia, blimey. It's got some upside downers in the house. Got a lot of respect for you guys. You've got massive power in your legs and your feet. Don't know how you managed to hang on like that. It's incredible. Awesome. South Carolina. Ed, nice to see you. Yes, man. Only in your wildest dreams. What do you think about Owen Schroyer leaving today? Yeah. Where are you from? I'm from the UK. MUFC. Man United Football Club. You from Manchester? used to go to Chadderton sometimes. Raced in Manchester City Football Stadium. Renegade, bring it on. Putin is king of the world. Blah, blah, blah. 2 hours ahead. Yes, mate, we are. We are 2 hours ahead here. So we're actually on the same time as Moscow, but there are 11 time zones in this country. Can I speak Russian? No. The odd bit. Hello, goodbye, please, thank you. You know, that kind of stuff. Very basic. Yeah, yawn. Hey, caught up finally. Yentalu, yes, caught up finally. Oh, good, good, good. Right. Look how bright it is. It must be about 26 degrees here already. 8:30 in the morning. Oh dear. Yeah, I think I covered what I wanted to. Just had some notes, just wanted to check them. I think I covered what I wanted to. Happy to answer your questions, if you've got any. Anything sensible, of course. But yeah, if you want to know about life in Russia, or certainly life in this particular region, because it's pretty good, gotta say, pretty good. Russian people are wonderful, I've got to say that. Not because I've got a gun to my head, but that's just been my experience. Our local butcher shop, that's a humbling experience. They're just lovely guys, really nice, treated me really well. So yeah, I've got to say that's what I find coming here as an Englishman. Not what I expected at all. I expected to have to be careful about what I said and where I said it in case people heard I was English. Not at all. Been very, very welcoming. Very welcoming. Very humbling. Yeah, it reduced me to tears sometimes. Not afraid to admit that. I'm okay to admit that. But it has. Hospitality and generosity, they're not big on poking their nose in your business, which is great. But it's the Russian people are very sincere, they're very honest, they're very genuine. So when they invite you into their home, it isn't paying lip service to it. It's not, oh, you must come round sometime. And then when you say, oh yeah, I'll come round tomorrow. Oh no, tomorrow's out. Oh, I'm busy tomorrow. Oh, what about Friday? Yeah, no, Friday, I've got to wash my hair. It's not like that. You get that all the time in the UK. It's very fake, it's very lip servicey, it's very bullshit. Russians don't do that. If they invite you to their home, it's because they've invited you to their home and it's genuine. It's not just going through emotion. So, yeah. Different people, very different. And your Western attitudes don't work here because it's a different country. As I said in the last live stream, you can't go into Tesco's and expect it to be Sainsbury's. So if you come to Russia, don't expect it to be England. It's Russia. How easy for work out where you are? Yeah, next to zero unemployment in Russia. Not completely zero, but, you know, not far off. And work-wise, it really depends on what you do for a living. If you work with your hands, you know, in the building industry or something, yeah, anywhere. There's construction everywhere. Roads being built, houses being built, apartment blocks being built, offices, you name it. Construction everywhere, even in our villages, everywhere. So all this crap you hear about the Russian economy collapsing is exactly that. It's just crap, it's just bullshit. Take no notice of it. Pretty much anything you hear in mainstream media in the West, just 180 it. It's the opposite. So yeah, work-wise, yeah, plenty of opportunity in this country. I would say it's probably one of the best opportunities at the moment in the world. Where's the snow? Yeah, you're gonna have to go quite a far way north. We've got the same climate as the south of France, so when the south of France gets snow, that's when we'll have it. Is it difficult not being able to speak much Russian there, or are there many English-speaking Russians? Good question, Shan. Very good. It's not for me. I'm very fortunate. My wife speaks Russian because she is Russian. She also speaks English. Our daughter is fluent in English and Russian. Google Translate is great. I have conversations with people. It's extremely funny at times. We go and visit friends. Sometimes I'll get the Google Translate out, and let's say it's not always accurate, so it can be a very funny evening with some of the translations, especially when they translate from Russian to English. Sometimes I start reading, you know, the translation, and like our friend will go, no, I didn't mean that, and it's hilarious. Very funny. But in answer to your question, what has surprised me is how many Russians actually do speak English. Really has surprised me. Yeah, you know, give an example, the guy at the petrol station that's working on the forecourt speaks really good English, you know, in a little village. What I do find is that Russians are quite shy about speaking English. They speak better English than they think they do. So they tend to be a bit shy about it. But I've met a lot of Russians that speak really good English, and you know, case in point, if you're looking to learn Russian, have a look at my homepage on YouTube. There's a link there to a lovely lady called Oksana who's fluent in English and Russian. She's a Russian, but she's an English teacher, qualified English teacher and former translator. So if you're looking to learn Russian, hit her up. PJ middle class, living La Vida Loca in Russia. Amen, brother. What's up? From Mountain Ranch, California. Danny, good morning. Collins, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Where are you from? California, wow. Yeah, it's a lovely morning here. Absolutely wonderful. It is 8:49 a.m. here in southern Russia. Just off the coast of the Black Sea, about 50 miles from Crimea. Must sort out the lounges. Put the brolly up, I think. Maybe I'll have breakfast out here. Pull the cover off and go for a swim. Let's have the cover off. Need to put the robot in the pool and clean it anyway. So I might as well get that done whilst I'm talking to you guys. There we go. Move that out of the way. There's the pool. It's quite inviting, doesn't it? Right, let's get the robot out. Derek the diver, or Scuba Steve as we call him. Gas boiler, water filtration system, underfloor heating. And Scuba Steve. How are Giz? Oh, right. Just got some string out, so let's put you on the tripod. Hopefully you won't fall in the pool. Oh, poor old grasshopper. Out you come. Get out. What's it? Text speak is BRB, isn't it? Be right back. I will be right back. As soon as I put this string back together properly. There we go. In he goes. Oh, oh, hello, what's going on? And he's off. Great thing that is, made by Best Way. Runs for about 2.5 hours, just rattles around at the bottom of the pool. It was about 120 pounds. I see pool vacuums, £1,000, £1,500, crazy money. And yeah, they, you know, they got tracks and they climb up the walls and do all of that. Okay. Put him in 2 or 3 times a week. Pool doesn't look too bad to me. Been pretty good. 2 years old, this pool. Not had any dramas or any issues. Great local company. Right. Let's not get too far behind with the chat. You are a law enforcement officer. No, Turtle, I'm not. Do you know rough rental price? Depends on the region. I mean, we're in Krasnodarsky Krai. It's the 3rd most expensive region in Russia. But to give you an idea, something like the house next door, which is a 2-bedroom, single story, 2-bedroom, 2 bathrooms, concrete drive, blah, blah, blah. You're looking at around 40,000 rubles a month in this region. In this district. Which is £350 a month. But the biggest thing here is the cost of utilities. The massive difference in that. So yeah, rental is obviously a hell of a lot cheaper than it would be in the UK. And so are the utilities. Gas bill, £1 a month. Electricity. On our big house, I mean, we've got multiple air conditioning units. We've got a swimming pool running 24/7. Our electric bill is about £30 for the month. So that's where the real difference is. Even though rental, £350 for a house, that would be £1,000 in the UK. Hi from Cincinnati. Zafar, hi. Cincinnati, wow. Rough rental prices. Yep, just done that, hopefully. You can get like a studio flat in a Napa for about 20,000 rubles a month. Just be, you know, your bedroom is your lounge and your kitchen kind of thing. You know what studio flat is. So yeah, between 20 and 50,000 for the average home. If you want to rent something like this, you're going to pay a bit more, obviously, for a swimming pool, etc. But Derek's stuck, look. It's the sump in the bottom of the pool, so it extracts into the skimmers on surface level, and it extracts into the sump at the bottom as well. And it sucks pretty hard, so old Derek gets pinned if I don't shut the sump. So he's stranded at the moment. So I shut the sump. So our pool is a saltwater pool, it's computer controlled. So very low maintenance. We went for saltwater, it's more expensive to set up, but much, much easier to run. A lot less maintenance, and it's much nicer on the skin as well. You come out and it's, yeah, much more pleasant. Your skin's nice and soft. You don't stink of chlorine. Right. I'm not going to be able to reach that without falling in. He's still stuck on that sump at the minute. Oh dear. Sorry, I'll carry on with the chat in a minute as soon as I've got him back to work. It's the winter pool cover, this one. Came from Belarus, that did. Custom made. Go on, Derek. There's a sump, look. Off you go. Back to work, you lazy arse. I'm going in there soon, it's freaking hot already. MUFC, take care, have a good day. And you, mate, thank you. Swindon. Love a bit of Swindon. Bill, good morning, Chris. Don't enjoy your day too much. It's difficult not to. It's difficult not to. Nice to see you, mate. Turtle, no. You keep asking me that. How are the peach trees going? Yeah, I mean, they're growing, but we only had 3 peaches off of it this year. I ate them last week. They were very nice. That's all I have to say about that. Intriguing. So do you have any issues with the war going on currently? Like drones, etc. Or do you feel safe where you are? Western media always makes it sound so bad. Yeah, I mean, the neighbours, as I call them, the neighbouring country, they're always flinging rocks, always flinging stuff, every day. So don't believe what you hear in the media. Don't listen to the bullshit, because the opposite is true. Every day they attack civilian cities here in Russia. Belgorod gets picked on quite a lot. But last night, yeah, there were drones sent over Krasnodarsky Krai. But Russian air defence is pretty good. So, yeah, there were some planes last night, some helicopters, and I think there were a fair few drones shot down over the Black Sea. So that's the reality. Do I feel safe? Yeah, 1,000,000%. Very, 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 very safe. Because the country's air defence is amazing. So yeah, I feel very safe. Don't live in fear, not worried about any of that. I think I've got more chance of being struck by lightning than I have by anything that the neighbours throw at me. That house is for sale. That one, see that one? Yeah, that one there. That's for sale. About 12 million rubles, I think, which is about 110 grand, something like that. What do you do there? You make a living? No, I don't. I'm retired. So this is what I do. Yeah. Spend a lot of the day in the pool, lounging around the pool, barbecuing, you know, that kind of thing. Go out to nice places. You're going to have to look for my video that I'm going to upload today or tomorrow. Japanese garden from Krasnodar Park. Oh, it's just unbelievable. Absolutely amazing. Have a look. Put a video on there a couple of days ago, actually, from the park. Just go and look at some of my latest videos. It's just otherworldly. But yeah, have a look at the video, or look out for the video I'm going to upload the next day or so. And you'll see some of the stuff that we can do here, places we can go. It's, yeah, just amazing. Get back in the shade. It is so hot already. 9 o'clock in the morning, and I'm having to dodge the sun. Right. Get an anti-entrapment cover. Not that easy because of the style of our pool. We've got a raised edge, so it's a little bit more difficult. But our pool will take 50 kilos, the pool cover. It will take 50 kilos. You can walk across it if you're a light person. The wife can walk across it. I can't. Very nice. Thank you, Vape King. It is. It looks so beautiful there. It is. Why Russia? Why not? Yeah, I would have said the same before I came here, but I came here in October 2021 and just my world turned upside down. My mind was blown. Yeah, and you know, before the current situation, we committed to come here. It just, the people are wonderful. They really are. They really are. The people are amazing. The culture, you know, people's attitude, no, next to no crime. I haven't seen any crime since I've been here. Not even road rage, nothing. You know, you can leave your car unlocked if you drive it into town. You can leave your phone on the dashboard. You know, it's just a different world. It really takes a while for your head to get wrapped around it. You know, people have respect for you and your property. Yeah, it's just completely different out here. Zed, what are the benefits? I can't have this lifestyle in the UK. Can't afford it. The benefits are next to no crime, so, you know, my family's safe. The food quality, the weather, the cost of living, the people. Yeah, it's easier to say what I don't like about Russia, which I have said, and that's the price of cars. Apart from that, everything's better here. India is so beautiful. Is there oceans there? Don't know. Family culture, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the thing in the south where we are, it's all about outside living. So it's all about your garden. It's all about your terraces and your swimming pools and your barbecue areas and your outdoor kitchens and your growing fruit and veg and God knows what else. It's all about the outside because you spend probably 8 months of the year outside. 300 days a year this region has of sunshine. Hillary, wait, you want to Russia? I'm guessing you went to Russia from Britain. Yes, correct. UK is Pakistan now. That's been for a long time, hasn't it? What city is this? So this is a small village outside the city of Anapa. Well, it's not a city, it's a town. Seaside resort town of Anapa, A-N-A-P-A in your Google Maps. That's where we are. Living my best life. Might have to put that umbrella up. That's not a bad idea. Sit on the lounger then. Let's do that. Unlock that. Pull that bit up. Ooh. Knock that down. Turn the clicky handle. Oh, aeroplane. Ah, there we go. Oh, that's better. I can sit down in the shade. Still can't read the bloody screen though. That's helpful, isn't it? No, see, I thought I was going to be able to sit down, but it's so bright here, I can't even see the screen. Oh, dear. Let's go here. Right, now I can read it. Sorry. Did you create this channel to educate people across the world about how nice Russia actually is? Shan, no. I created this channel out of frustration and probably a bit of anger, to be honest. Yeah, just fed up with the bullshit. Fed up with the lies. That's what it was, just frustration. Listening to all the Western media BS about the place. You know, looking at the headlines that I've seen over the last 3 or 4 years. What an absolute load of crap. You know, and that's the thing, when you have the benefit of being able to see both sides rather than just have to trust what the media's telling you. When you actually have the opportunity to go to the country and you see it with your own eyes and you read the headline and go, that's not happening. Like the current headlines, oh, Russians are queuing for petrol, they're all running out of fuel. No, he ain't. You know, it's as simple as that, you know. You've got to remember with media, they make a video and then they tell you what the video's about. So then your eyes see what they've told you. It's always the case. Just ignore it. It's just bullshit. Literally take the opposite, and then you'll be nearer the truth. Autumn now. Old cherry tree's chucking its leaves off. Better give me some cherries next year. Won't be happy. How far from Georgia are you? About 500 kilometres, I guess. Something like that. Chris, is much news about the oil spill down the coast? No, mate. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit like lawyers. They tend to give you advice and then put a caveat in, don't they? To cover their arse, to make sure they don't get sued. And it's the same down the beach. You know, there are signs saying don't swim. Nobody's paying any attention to them. And the Russians did say to me, yeah, just because the sign says something doesn't mean you listen to it. But no, the sea's crystal clear. You know, fishes are swimming around in it. Jellyfish, dolphins, all the sea life. Yeah. And like I say, people are enjoying it and they're in the sea. So, yeah, I think they've done a pretty good job, mate. You know, and for some of you that are wondering what's going on, there was a bit of an environmental disaster here last year. 2 tankers collided in the Kerch Strait and dumped their oil, which came ashore, made a bit of a mess, to say the least. But it's been an amazing clean-up operation. And yeah, officially the beaches aren't open yet, but unofficially everybody's in the sea and they're on the beach. So yeah, it looks like a normal day here in the Napa, apart from less people because it's the end of the season now. Should I take you down? My wife doesn't like me walking down this side because this is our junk corner. Look. Don't ask me what any of that stuff is. Green stuff. You water it, it grows. Don't know what it is. It's a fairly new garden. Mr. Spider there, look. Hi, wife. Have you been to Georgia? Triple Z? No, I haven't. Hillary, sweet, you got out alive. Shan, love your honesty. Yeah. No point in doing anything else, is there, really? Just be honest. People like it, great. If they don't, great. Nobody has to agree with me. There's no law that says you must agree with what I'm saying. You can decide that I'm talking a load of shit and I'm talking lies. What you can't deny is that blue skies and a swimming pool, me wandering around in a pair of shorts. So just that on its own goes against the narrative, doesn't it? Russia's a cold, damp, snowy place. Is it? Don't think so. Can't see any snow. So just that should, if that's your opinion of Russia, just that should make you go, hang on a minute. Ask questions. And if you're questioning that, what about von der Leyen and the latest stunt? Russian jamming nearly took my plane down and we had to circle for an hour before we could land and we had to use maps to land. Oh dear. That didn't go well, did it? Oopsie. Some donut forgot to tell her about flight radar. Oh dear, oh dear. So yeah. Von der Leyen lying. The flight was circling for an hour. What was it? A flight was scheduled to take 1 hour 48 minutes and it took 1 hour 57. Something like that. No loss of GPS signal reported on flight radar because it pings the the planes, so Flight Radar 24 I think it is. There's a website where you can see all the planes in the world flying about, because they've all got their black boxes pinging away, and you can see a plane. She obviously didn't have the brains to work that out, so she thought she'd get off the plane and make this big dramatic bullshit lie, because that's all that comes out of her mouth is lies, isn't it? A vile creature. But yeah, didn't work well, did it? Oopsie. Good man, fake news is killing the world. Thank you for sharing the truth. All I'm sharing is my truth, my truth. Fuck that. Fuck my truth. There is only the truth, isn't there? People vary the truth and have different versions of it, but there is only one reality, isn't there? One truth. But yeah, this is my truth, it's my reality. It's the reality. Blue skies and sunshine. Nice hot days, lovely food, lovely people. But yeah, if you want to move to Russia, thinking about it, have a look at my channel. There's a series of free videos about the documentation, what you need to do to apply for what's called temporary residency. I think they're titled So You Want to Move to Russia, something like that. There's 3 of them. Have a look if you're in the UK. Reasonably straightforward process, and yeah, live a life, have a life, as opposed to working until you died, because that was my future. Work till I died. Ah, yen. What are your opinions then on why Russia escalated this war in 2021? Dear oh dear. Article 51, mate. The UN Charter. Have a little read. Russia didn't escalate the war in 2021. People say it started in 2014. Started before that. Started throwing stuff in 2014, but yeah. NATO expansion is the problem. Jackson, love from California. Message held for review, so it's just a load of abuse, I'm sure, so I won't bother. Is it difficult to buy a property there? No, it's remarkably easy. So the Russian system for buying and selling houses, you can sell a house and buy a house in a day. Yep, in a day. You can sell a house in the morning, buy another one in the afternoon. It's about a 2-hour process. Very, very simple. It's just a transfer of deed. Do it through the bank, safe and secure. Deposit your money if you're buying, and your seller deposits the deeds. Once the transfer has been complete, which is an online process, the bank swaps. So the bank acts as the escrow. So the bank gives the new owner the deeds and the seller the money. So it's a very, very simple process. So it's not all bullshit like it is in the UK, where, oh, we've got to check this and we've got to check that. Because what you have here is common sense and caveat emptor. Buyer beware. So you get what you pay for, and that's what you look at. And if you don't bother to look at the house, if you just rely on some expert telling you what the house is like you do in the UK, you're going to get burnt a lot, because they've all got little caveats, haven't they? All of these surveyors. This is my report, but it excludes this. I cannot be held responsible for unforeseens. I cannot be, well, what's the point then? Just go and look around the property yourself, make your own assessment. But yeah, it's a very, very simple process, very easy. Are you playing Squid Games? No. Where are you at? I'm in my garden in southern Russia. Just outside a seaside resort town called Anapa, coast of the Black Sea, about 50 miles from Crimea. 9 o'clock-ish in the morning, is it? 9:15 now, here in Russia. And it's freaking hot. I need to go in the swimming pool. I've got to keep getting out of the sun. I'm standing in the shade under the peach tree. Where are you at? I'm from Middle Tennessee. My mate lived there for a long time. Had a farm there. Bridgman's Farm. And then I think he moved to, I think they moved to Canada, but then I think they moved back as well. So, don't know if they're back in Tennessee or not. Don't know, but they had 3,000 acres, I think, which is, by English standards, huge, but by American standards, postage stamp. How did you learn to speak Russian? I'll let you know, Higgy, when I have. Higgsy. Yeah, when I've learned to speak Russian, I'll let you know. What happened to England? Yeah. How long you got? What happened to England is the people in power stopped caring about the country. They just pay lip service to it if it suits their narrative. But they don't really mean it. What they do is care about themselves. That's what happened to England. When they stopped caring about the country and the people in it, that's when it went to shit. And that wasn't last week. What about the language barrier? Yeah. Well, learn the language, use Google Translate, rely on your wife, all of the above. If you're not married to a Russian, if you come in here, lots of Westerners do come here on their own. Because, you know, they've worked out that life's better here. So, yeah. The life you can have here with Western money is mental. It's just insane. You know, this house in where I lived in the UK, this house would be between 800 grand and $1 million, which I would never be able to afford. No chance. So, you know, I'm very fortunate. You know, I'm very, very grateful to this country. I'm a guest in this country. I have no right to be here. It's a privilege, and I understand that. And if you come to this country, you must understand that, because if you come here with a Western mentality that you're something special and that your shit don't stink and you should be entitled, you're entitled to fuck all. Pisses me off. There is no entitlement here. It's a privilege to be here. There's an immigration policy. Follow it. Abide by the rules of the country, the laws of the country. Treat people how they treat you. Treat them with respect and you'll get the same back. And live a very, very good life. But don't come here with your Western attitude of entitlement where you think the world owes you a living. And unfortunately, us Brits are very guilty of that. Yeah, Matt Brooks. Dos Vidania, you're a clown. Right, James, a year and a half of working for British Gas. It's a good job, but I can't imagine 30 years of it. Well, if you work in the gas industry, you can get a job in Russia, that's for sure. Paul Brady, another clown. Dos Vidania. Yeah, so much like if you came to my house, walked into my lounge and said to me comments like that, you're going to get the same treatment. Because, you know, you're not adding any value to the chat. You're not asking a sensible question. You're just being a dick, trying to be clever. If that's your attempt at being clever, back to school for you, sonny. Anyhow. How am I getting on with speaking Russian? Well, I read it every day. I'm getting better with being able to see a word and know, and read the word straight away without having to sound out the letters. So my reading of Russian is improving. Apparently my pronunciation of Russian is getting better. It's going to be a slow process. I'm going to learn from a small child perspective, on a vocabulary base. I'm not going to learn from an academic, perspective. I'm never going to be some, Russian-speaking academic. Never going to happen. What I will be is speaking a very basic level of Russian where people can understand what I'm talking about and I can understand what they're talking about. But it will be on a basic level. It's what we call pidgin. Pidgin English, we say. Foreigners that come to England can't speak English, they sort of get by. Don't necessarily use the right word at the right time, but they form the sentence and we understand what they're saying. That's where I'll be with Russia, or with Russian, sorry. Because I'm not very academic. So learning from books and learning from a grammatical basis, my brain just turns off. It just goes, oh, I can't be bothered with this, boring. So I will learn like a child learns, from a vocabulary basis. You know, a child doesn't come out of the womb, reading and writing. That's something they go to school for. But they do learn to speak and understand based on interaction and language. And that's how I'll learn. Shan should ignore the childish comments and chill in your pool. Yeah, depends what mood I'm in. Sometimes I'll engage with them. If it's just rude, I can't be asked now. Just, another one of life's losers. Either in mum's basement or off to work to pay his taxes. Neither of which I'm doing. But yeah, it depends what mood I'm in. Like I say, sometimes I'll engage with them, sometimes, destroy them with facts. It's always a good one. Sometimes just delete. But ultimately it doesn't have any bearing on my life. Just clogs up the chat, that's all. Vape King, so homes are more affordable. Well, hell yeah. So our home here, so this is on what we call sotka out here, so sot. So we have 9 sot, or sotka, which is the size of our garden. And then obviously the front garden, the drive, etc, etc. So 9 sot is 900 square metres. 1 sot is 100 square metres. And the house, the whole kit and caboodle, currently on the market for 21 million rubles, which is about 190 grand UK money. Complete with sauna, obviously terraces, ensuite bathrooms. Let's go and have a quick look inside. See where the wife is, see what's going on indoors. It's peaceful now because all the kids are back to school. So our daughter's been off for about 2 months. Went back to school Monday this week. Day of knowledge. So this is where we normally keep the chairs. Says wearing the legs out. No. Got a robot hoover and mop, so that's been running. But yeah, this is the inside of the house. Custom made staircase, because we've changed everything in the house. Moved everything. So we built this house, well, not with our own hands, but with the developer, and then we modified it. And as you can see, it's a home, it's not a show home. It's just where we live. So the wife doesn't like me doing this because it's untidy at the moment. We've just had breakfast. Haven't done the washing up, so she'll be cross with me for showing you this. Do fancy a drink though. Yeah, one of the bathrooms. This is our guest room. Just massage chair and just a lazy bit during the day. And just come and lie down. There's the hoover. I better not go upstairs. She'll be proper cross with me if I show you bedrooms. Because nobody's made any beds. No, I better not. Fate worse than death, that. But anyhow, there you go. Custom built kitchen. Kitchen cost, including appliances. Got a dishwasher in here. Corner stuff. So yeah, this kitchen cost about £3 UK money. What can you buy kitchen-wise in the UK for £3? Not a lot, as Paul Daniels used to say. There you go, that's inside our Russian home. This is our utility room, where the utilities are. We put the washing machine out here. That's quite unusual in Russia. Normally, the washing machine, and this is a strange thing if you come from the UK, but normally the washing machine is in the bathroom. Oh my God, I hear all you electricians saying, that's really dangerous. No, it's not. But yeah, you're told that it is. Can't have that. Not allowed to have that in the UK. It's against the law. Can't put a washing machine in the bathroom. It's not safe. Oh, all right. Better tell that to the millions and millions of Russians that do it then. So, yeah. So we've got a washing machine in the utility room. If you think about it, where's the best place to have a washing machine? In the bathroom, where you go and take your clothes off to have a shower. Just put them straight in the washing machine then. So it makes a lot of sense. But for us, we wanted to not have massive bathrooms, because that's the thing in Russia. They like big hallways, big staircases and big bathrooms. I'm not a fan of big staircases because I think it's a load of nonsense. A staircase is a transitory thing. You're just walking from one area to another, aren't you? You don't spend any time on a staircase. So, you know, it doesn't need to be big and grand. It's just a waste of space. It just needs to be designed and purposeful. So that's one of the things we changed. Bedrooms we changed, because you want some space in your bedroom. You want storage, don't you? You want to feel comfortable in the bed. You don't want to be feeling claustrophobic. Our bedrooms are all en suite. Again, get up in the middle of the night. You don't want to be opening and shutting doors and banging and crashing around, disturbing other people. So yeah, we changed a lot with our house, and that included the utility room coming to there, right by the back door. It's very easy. But we haven't got the noise. We don't listen to the washing machine. And yeah, it works for us. Let's have a look. What's the country? The country's Russia. Gareth Williams. This is Russia. If you were deployable age, bet you'd be in England still. Nope. Why? Why would I be of... What's your reference to deployable age? There's no forced conscription here. Again, another Western narrative. Nobody's being conscripted to go in the army. If you come here as a Westerner, you're not going to be sent to the front like the West tells you. You know, don't go to Russia. You'll be arrested at the airport and sent straight to the front. Yeah, okay. Yes, there's none of that. So, yeah, like I say, another Western media narrative. There is no forced mobilisation. Doesn't exist. It just exists in the figment of the mind of the Western media and people that read it. Liam, can't even be bothered to read that comment. Just sounds like I'm reading the Telegraph. Dad worked for a natural gas company for 35 years. Yeah, a good industry to be in, I think. Very profitable, certainly out here. Mucho dinero. It's good you can make out some words. Yeah, it's every day is a school day. Pension news. Well, well, well. Haven't seen you for a long time. Welcome, welcome. Hello, good morning. World War III started in the West decades ago. Probably since the fall of the Berlin Wall. All downhill since then. Yeah. I think the collapse of society has been since then. I wouldn't agree with World War III starting. I don't think you'll ever see World War III. You know, the age that we live in now means that it's global destruction, and that ends these 1%ers at the top. It ends their lifestyle of buying, you know, the latest mega yacht or the latest supercar or the latest beachfront property. Says a lot, doesn't it, about global warming. Why do the rich and famous buy beachfront properties if global warming's a thing and all the sea levels are rising. More bullshit. Another taxation class. EV vehicles. Taxation. Just to create another taxation class. Got fuck all to do with saving the planet. Absolute load of bullshit. Remember that? When was that? When we were told in the UK, I don't know if you remember this, we were told in the UK to turn off our TVs at the wall at night because the little red LED standby light used electricity. And that was causing global warming. Or that was a contributor to global warming. Television standby lights. People lapped it up. Oh, I must unplug my TV at night. Fuck me. That's how manipulatable. That's not a word, is it? Manipulable. That's how easy people are swayed. Put your phone away and do some work. No. How long did it take to plan the move? Okay. Let's have a think about that. I've never been asked that. Good question. Thank you. So, came here in October 2021 on holiday. First week, was here for 3 weeks. First week, mind completely blown, completely cabbaged, at a loss for words, didn't understand what was going on. Second week, wanted to go everywhere, and that included looking at housing development sites. Third week, put a deposit down and agreed to buy and build a house. Bought some land, agreed to buy and build a house. So that was how much planning went into that, which was none. It was just, oh my God, this is where I want to be. And then after that, it was really, because we didn't know we were going to move here permanently at that point. It was just, we definitely know we're going to be spending a lot of time here. So, yeah, that just sort of progressed. The house build progressed. I mean, we built this house over the internet. We never actually saw a single brick being laid. When we came here, there was just 4 bits of wood hammered in the ground to peg out the territory. This was all lumps and bumps and just a complete mess. And we did the entire thing over the internet with the developer. We had some help from friends who live locally. They came round and sent us videos of progress, and you know, if we needed to make any alterations, they videoed it for us. But the planning really involved just deciding, right, we're off. You know, it wasn't a specific plan at the time. Why does this keep doing that? I don't know. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't that we were working towards that. It was just, we could afford to buy a house here and build a house. And then we can come here whenever we want. That was the kind of plan. And then that grew, I suppose, the more we realised the lifestyle that we could have here compared to how we were living in the UK. And it was like, well, it just makes sense. You know, I can either carry on working for the rest of my life until I die, or I can retire and move out here. Well, that's, you know, the wife was quite keen on keeping me alive. I've no idea why, but she was. Her comment was, as long as I've got my bear, I don't care if I live in a tent. So, yeah, this work was pretty stressful. So, yeah, that was the plan of it. It wasn't really a plan. It was just like, right, that's what we're doing then. Handed me notice in at work. Dos Vidania. Didn't go down well. Shit happens. Is what it is. And then it was just selling stuff because I moved here with suitcase. Didn't move any furniture, didn't do any of that. Bought everything we needed out here because it's cheaper anyway. Just brought, you know, a few bits and bobs and my clothes in a suitcase. That was it. So the planning of it really involved us selling everything in the UK. That was it. Matt G, no thanks, mate. It's all you, brother. Snow is for skiing on. Vape King, thank you. Your home is very clean. Definitely seen some bad kitchens, and that was near spotless. Yeah, no, the wife's standards, that's definitely not spotless. She'd be cross with me for showing you like that. Honey, why did you show them? We've just had breakfast. I've not tidied up. That's what I'll be told. I'll have to say, I'm sorry. Take her out for lunch somewhere. Yeah, the washing machine is where the water is. Absolutely logical. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, we were actually going to put one out in the garage as well. We still can. It's all plumbed out there in the garage. There's hot and cold water in the garage. So we could still put a washing machine out there as well, which again is a logical place, because you drive home, drive straight into the garage, walk into the shower room, take your clothes off, throw it in the washing machine. Oh, blimey. Oh, hello. Right, we're in manual mode now because, hang on. All right, might get a little bit shaky because the old Insta 360 has just died. Let's turn it off. Oh, that's why you all went a bit cabbagey then. It's died, so we're in manual mode now. Yeah, thank you. She won't be happy with it, but it is. Washing machine in the water, yeah, of course. It's not against the law to have it in your bathroom in the UK. Please don't spread lies. Well, it is, isn't it? Because it's not a IP rated device, so it doesn't meet regulations. Hence the reason you can't have a 13 amp socket in your bathroom. You have to have a certain type of socket. You can have a shaver point, but you can't have a normal socket. You have to have a waterproof socket because they're IP rated. And it's the same with devices. You can't have hair dryers or curlers permanently wired in a bathroom because they're not IP rated. And that's the same with a washing machine. It's not IP rated, so you can't have it. Are the cars right-hand drive? Some are, some aren't. Predominantly left-hand drive because we drive on the right out here. So it's left-hand drive cars. But some are imported. A lot come from Japan and they're naturally right-hand drive. So yeah, some and some. The majority are left-hand drive, but there are quite a few right-hand drive vehicles around as well. So you're in Russia now. Winthrop? Yes, I am. This is Russia. This is 31 degrees now. Very hot. Oh, he is deployable age. Yeah, there you go. Is that Andre? Andre, yes, you're right. Bet you love Farage then. No, he's a politician. Why would I love him? Only idiots love politicians. Why would I love a politician? They're just oxygen thieves as far as I'm concerned. So no. Toxic, no, I will not. There's a lot more to that story than meets the eye. I'm not interested, thanks. Is salary good there generally? Depends on the industry, and you've got to bear in mind the cost of living, so it's all comparable. It's far better to talk about standard of living rather than cost of living or salary. And the standard of living for most Russians is far better than we have in the UK. For example, a lot of Russians have, own their own home. No mortgage, they own it. How many people in the UK own their property? A lot of Russians have second properties. They have holiday homes. They have things like this gentleman. This is a banya at the end of his garden, sauna. So a lot of Russians have things like saunas and swimming pools, etc. So standard of living is much better, I think, out here. Not for everyone, of course there is poverty. There's poverty everywhere. The difference with poverty out here compared to the UK, poverty in the UK means you're massively in debt and probably homeless. Poverty out here in Russia means that you're living in probably a rundown house or a 100-year-old house. But you can afford to pay for food, you can afford to pay for electric, you can afford to pay for gas, because all of those services are price capped. And yeah, your basics you can afford. So poverty out here is completely different. I haven't seen any homeless, for example. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, I just haven't seen any. I'll go back to the UK, it's everywhere. So better to talk about the standard of living, because cost of living or salary is relative. And again, it depends on the job. Oh, Liam Jones, just skip over the facts. Typical gammon. Oh, okay. Well, what are you, a fella, I suppose? One of them fafo wankers. Of no value. Contribute nothing to life, do you? So, certainly don't contribute to this channel anymore, that's for sure. See you later, idiot. Dos Vidania. Why you wear glasses? It's a very good question. It's because I'm bloody lazy. So I had laser eye surgery, so I don't need to wear glasses. But I wear them because I want to hold the phone close to my eyeballs. If I hold the phone out here, I don't need to wear glasses. But I want to sit here like this. So then it's all blurry and I have to wear glasses. So it's just through laziness, really. Oh, Santi. Blood's gone to your head, hasn't it? See you later. Jackson, good morning. I'm from Brazil. My name is Jackson. I need work, man. Cool. Well, what do you want me to do about that, mate? Fresh out of magic wands. Urban Jedi, manipulative. That'll do. That word. Thanks. Got all tongue-tied, didn't I? Haven't had any juice this morning, I think. Jackson, you're a butcher. Yep. Work for you out here. We've got in our village 3 butcher shops, I think. 1, 2, 3, maybe more than that actually. 4, 5. Anyhow, we go to one particular one. I did a video on it. Have a look. Butcher shop in a Russian village. Lovely people. Really, 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 just nice people. Have made me feel very welcome. Have been very kind to me. Yeah, nice guys. Nice meat and all. Do eat well here. Bought some nice big machete steaks the other day from them. And we've bought some lamb legs. Had slow cooked lamb the other night. It was nice. Honey, did you get a joint of pork out of the freezer?
Yesterday.
Ah, looks like we're having pork today. Yum. Sure, no idea. Messages help for review says obviously, oh, the kids have woken up in the basement. Is your wife English? No, she's Russian. You don't even live in the UK. I doubt you know. No, John Smith, unfortunately, I was there in May of this year. So, what do you think I don't know about the UK? I bet I know more than you do, old kiddie. Tell you why. Because I bet you get up, go to work, come home, pay your bills like a sucker. Whereas I spend 2 or 3 hours every day doing a bit of independent research every day because I'm retired and I can. I haven't got to just come home and turn the TV on and think I'm getting world news. I have the ability to spend time researching. I bet I know more than you, old kiddie. I'm glad you can finally enjoy yourself now. It was a brilliant decision. Diligence, you're absolutely right. Salmon tender, no idea what that is. Is there a lot of racism there towards people who aren't white-skinned? Just asking things that we are usually told is the case, but you would know firsthand. I don't know if I would know that firsthand because I don't encounter any. Okay, let's say it, and don't flame me. Don't flame me for using the word black, but I haven't encountered any black people out here. It's completely different in the UK. They just don't. They're not here. The country's massive, so I don't know. Everywhere I go there's white people, so I don't know. I haven't heard any, I haven't seen any, but I haven't seen any black people, so All that organic food is always good. I'm quite happy with eating a bendy carrot if it comes out of the ground and I can see where it comes from and it's not covered in a load of pesticides and God knows what else. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the shape of it because by the time it's in my stomach it doesn't really matter what shape it is. Unless you're in Brussels, of course. Then it's got to be a certain length and size, doesn't it, really? They don't like it. Remember when they tried to straighten out the bananas? Fucking retards. UK strains. You left the UK, pal. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Okay. And seems to be recruiting countries. So it's not recruiting anything, James. India and China accusing Trump of bullying Putin and using his tariffs to turn countries against them. No, right. First and foremost, Putin isn't recruiting countries. What a load of nonsense. What's happening is the rest of the world is waking up, and where they've not been able to stand up to the bully in the playground, now they are. They are capable of doing that. And they are. China is going, no, not playing that game anymore. You're not going to bully us. Russia's doing the same. India's doing the same. But so are a lot of other countries as well. Just look at the SCO that's just taken place. And then work out which country's isolated. So, no, people are just waking up to that kind of attitude. You know, flexing military might and overthrowing countries. It's all very well and good when the country can't fight back. But when it can, that theory goes out the window. And accusing Trump of bullying Putin and using... Well, Trump ain't going to bully Putin. Trump's going to tell you lot that he is. Because you lot will lap that up. You MAGAs. You love that. Oh, Trump! The reality is, nah. He talks a lot of shit. But watch what he does, not what he says. White English from Stockport. I can't blame you for leaving, but I don't have the funds to... So I've got to stay. Yeah, that's the trouble, mate. That is the trouble, isn't it? That's what they've done. They stripped everybody of any wealth, which makes it hard for people to leave. Yeah, I get it. I was fortunate. Yeah, I was very fortunate. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not offended. I'm not offended. Other people might get offended. Apologies if you're offended, but ultimately you're allowed to be offended. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, Rios, what are you doing? What are you doing, mate? What are you doing, boy? Oh. Had him since he was 2 weeks old. He literally sat in the palm of my hand. Fed him with a syringe every 2 hours. So he follows me around like a little doggy. Don't you, Rios? Daddy! You've been scratching your head. You've got a bald bit taken after me, haven't you? World, not word war. Yeah, Aston. Won't happen. Lad, do you have a name? Yep, my name's Chris. Bryce, thank you very much. Not going to add any value to the channel, are you? Hareem, haha, saw what you did there. No. English lads arrested yesterday for putting out English flags. Yeah. There's more to that than meets the eye, though. Don't, everybody's going to rally behind the flag because, it's making a stand, isn't it? And it's about taking England back and, telling the government that we're not happy with this immigration. That's the narrative you're being sold. Just step back a little bit. Does that make sense? There's more to that. When you've got a government that makes threats around the world and realises it hasn't got a military to back up those threats, it needs to start making people patriotic again, especially as they've destroyed people's patriotism and love for their country. So how do they do that? Fill it with immigrants, piss everybody off, make them all stand up and want to fight. So just be careful, guys. careful, because rallying behind the flag and rallying behind colours is the way that you're led into war. It's the way that your sons and daughters are signed up to the armed services. It's the way they're sent to other countries to fight politicians' war or a bankers' war and be killed. So just open your eyes a little bit. Don't take everything at face value. James, good answer. Silent echo. Didn't ask. Okay. English cocaine. Righto. It is easy to set up a business when you make the move. Or is it easy? Yes, it is. It's very straightforward. I haven't done it, but I know people that have, and it is very straightforward. We are already in the beginning stages of World War III. I disagree. As I said, as I said at the beginning of this live stream, World War III I don't see ever being a reality, because that's the end of life on this planet. Everybody dies. The only people that don't die are the people that disappear into a bunker. Now, these elites have enjoyed their life of luxury, and they enjoy their life of luxury every day with their personal cooks on their big yachts and their beachfront properties. So they love a bit of water sport, don't they? They love the jet skis and the speedboats and the big yachts and all of that sailing around Saint-Tropez and all of that bullshit. Now, all of that goes away if World War III ever happened. So it ain't going to happen, because that ruins their life, ultimately. And they'll be turned into moles and just live underground. And they won't do that, because that's all right for a few weeks. But for the rest of your life and your family's lives, no. Living in a concrete bunker, they won't do that. They'll do it temporarily, but unfortunately, World War III wouldn't be temporary. It would be, that's it. Human life ceased to exist apart from underground in bunkers. Yeah, so it's not going to happen on that basis. That's my theory. All this talk of World War III, because this is a Western narrative. World War III, limited nuclear exchange, blah, blah, blah. No such thing. Not going to happen. There is no such thing as a limited nuclear exchange. That exists purely in the figment of the West's imagination. And I'm sure they believe it, but it won't happen. There isn't, it's just not a thing. And luckily enough, there are some sensible people that understand that, and that's why it won't happen. So, yeah, it's all to keep people scared. It's all to keep you fearful. Take back England. Yeah, good luck. Do you have to be careful about anything you say whilst in live chat? The way media makes out you are censored over there. No, tell you who censors me. YouTube. Not Russia, not the Russian government. YouTube. So, if YouTube doesn't like what I say, my connection suddenly drops. So, yeah. But as far as the Russian government, nope, not at all. Not censored in any way, shape or form. Other than I can't go and film like air defence systems or military installations, which, unless you're a complete retard, that would be obvious. So, the country is in a condition of conflict. So that's an obvious thing. It must be. So that's why when you see these YouTubers that have got hundreds of thousands and millions of subscribers and get hundreds of thousands of views, and everybody runs around saying, oh, they're wonderful. What's that scumbag's name? Can't remember. There's a few of them anyway. Oh, I was locked up in Russia. I didn't do anything wrong. I was put in... all of this bullshit. It's just all fake to get clicks, generate revenue for you lot. Not for you lot. You don't get it. They do. It's all bullshit. So, yeah, ultimately, if you breach the law in Russia, then there are consequences. It's not like the West where they have laws, but, some are enforced and some aren't. Some for some people, some for other people. It's not all a lot. Here's the law. If you breach it, yeah, it's the consequence. And these idiots know that, so, yeah. Bam. You're a smart man. Blimey, I'm not sure about that. I just read. Sleepy Larry. No war is profitable. That's why war happens for money and nothing else. Well, that's not true. War is very profitable for the military-industrial complex because ultimately they make weapons. So war creates a need, a want, and they need the weapons. So the military-industrial complex gets rich, which is the largest industry in most countries, isn't it? Not in Britain, of course, because it's been collapsed. But if you take the US, largest military-industrial complex in the world, goes hand in hand with media, and one go hand in hand with the other. Media creates war, war creates media. So, got to have perpetual war. Keeps the dollars turning. I agree, which is why I say World War III is already in the beginning stages. How many countries are currently at war with each other? Yeah, I agree. I understand that. There's conflict everywhere. But look who's causing it. Look where the causes come from. Directly and indirectly. So, yeah, it's pure desperation, isn't it? Look at what happens to the countries around Russia. It's not Russia doing it. So, yeah. British government censors us. Yep. Disagree? Yeah, you're absolutely welcome to. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Russian government not censored. LOL. No. What's your stance on the Russia-Ukrainian conflict? Dear oh dear. That's way too deep a question and too long an answer to do here. That's something that you sit down and have a face-to-face conversation with. It's not a throwaway comment. It's not something that can just be answered in 30 seconds. People dying is not a good thing. But if a country and a government has no choice other than to go to war, if they've exhausted all other opportunity, like Russia did, then what choice do they have left? If that's their only choice, it's that, isn't it? So if every other diplomatic opportunity or option has been exhausted, i.e. don't come here, don't do this, and you keep saying that for year upon year upon year, as Vladimir Putin did, at some point you can't just make idle threats because, a yapping dog with no teeth is ignored, isn't it? You can't just say, if you keep doing this, we will have to, use military force. If you keep doing this, we will have to. If you keep doing this, at some point, when they keep doing it, you have to. So, yeah, is anybody happy about it? Only the people that profit from it. Everyone together, take a sip of water. It will only be beneficial. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the Russians, but maybe the Chinese, since they have their eyes locked on Taiwan, keeping tensions high. Yeah, well, again, another Western narrative, isn't it? What the hell has America got any right going into Taiwan? What's their right there? Leave it alone. It's none of your business. So, but that's what happens with these NGOs that get into these countries. Taiwan has got nothing to do with America. Shouldn't be there. But they are, stirring up more trouble. It's not fake. Okay. YouTube won't let you post the England flag in the comments. It's wrong. Really? Blimey. Calling the special operation a war equals go to jail. Okay, Dancy. So the special military operation. Okay. Well, funnily enough, it's YouTube that has a problem with that. As soon as you start mentioning that, the algorithm picks up on those words and your viewer count drops off massively. So it's not actually the Russian government that does that, it's YouTube. And no, you certainly don't go to jail again. Western bullshit. Toxic hazard, yeah. Great, well done, mate. Glad you're pleased with yourself. What happens as Russia wants to take over Ukraine's sovereignty? Oh, war happens. Difficult to read this at the moment, so it's very bright here. War happens as Russia wants to take over Ukraine's sovereignty. Okay, right, you're one of those, aren't you? So, let's just do that, because you're one of them faffo idiots, aren't you? Naffo, faffo, retards, fella. What a bunch of cabbages. Do you remember them on Twitter? All running around calling each other fella, posting a little picture of a doggy. More NGO bullshit. Mark, no, I haven't. Candy Smith, I really don't see the man of Britain leaving our shores, or men of Britain leaving our shores. Women and children unprotected while they fight for rich men who want more and more power over us peasants. Yeah, well, if you create hardship, then people will fight. So filling the country with immigrants and causing trouble will cause people to rally and rise against that. Much as if you increase the cost of living where people cannot survive, you will cause internal chaos and you'll get people to fight. Doesn't mean they'll win, but that's, again, you know, I would be very careful about this joining behind the English flag. Not because I'm not patriotic or I am patriotic or anything else, but because there's more to that than meets the eye. It isn't just about migration. So, yeah. If we don't fight for UK, then it gets taken for good. Just watching how the government set it all up and does nothing to sort it out is frustrating. Okay, if you don't fight for the UK, it gets taken for good. Who by? It's a really easy thing to sort out, isn't it? Yeah, have an immigration policy and stick to it. It's the easiest thing in the world. So why is it happening? Well, yeah, what do you think? If the British military is decimated and Britain, or its British government, is talking about going to war with everybody and fighting people and doing this, that and the other, and they haven't got a military, what are they going to do? Are they either going to shut their mouth and say, oh, sorry, we shouldn't have said that, or are they going to try and create a military? Just saying, it isn't as obvious as you think. If you think it is about immigration, it ain't. Most people don't get it. We're already in the beginning of World War III. Give it a couple more years, you'll see. I disagree. Are there many differences in laws, crimes and prosecutions there compared to Britain? Yeah, it's a lot more common sense. Laws are a lot more simple. So, for example, if you have a crash, you have a car crash, you can report that on what's called Gossaslugi, which is like a citizen's website that's linked to government as well, where if you get caught for speeding, it will come on your Gossaslugi account. You don't get a letter in the post, it's just automatic. It goes straight to your account, and you have to pay it. So you can report if you have a car crash, you can do that, but the vast majority of people just stay where they are. And the reason for that is the police then turn up, so none of the vehicles move. If you move the vehicle, you're at fault. If you haven't reported it on Gossaslugi, you're at fault. So if you have a crash and you go, well, I've got to get on, and you know, I'm going to report it on Gossaslugi, and you leave the scene of the accident, you're found at fault. So most people stay where they are, in the middle of the road, put cones around the vehicles, and everybody drives around them until the police turn up. The police rock up, listen to any witnesses, talk to the drivers, decide whose fault it is, and off you go. Done. There's none of this dragging it out for 2 and 3 years while they dispute liabilities. So it's common sense stuff. Yeah. Oh, cool. Sorry, them noisy things flying over. You won't get to see it. Why are you shirtless? Because it's freaking hot. What do you think? America has a lot to answer for. I think Trump wants to rule the world. Yeah, Trump can think a lot of things. If you could put a pin on it, when did the good old days end? I'd say the 60s. That was probably the end of it. That's when, I think that's when these shadow creatures, let's call them that, worked out that they could actually control everything. Not hope that they could control everything, but they actually worked out that they could. So I think it started to go downhill from then. I think that's when the plan was hatched. And some will argue it hatched long before that, but that's my theory. I think that's when they actually made steps rather than it being a wish list, it was then a want list. This is going to happen. And that's what they've been working to. People are tired of Islamic ideology spreading onto our streets. Trump can even rule his own life. Can't even rule his own life, I'm guessing. Yeah. What does the world outside of the US think of Trump? I think he's a clown, to be honest. Most people just, he's just a clown. He's just a figurehead. He's just somebody that goes, meow, 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 meow. It's just all blah, blah, blah. There's no respect for the man outside of the US. Well, there probably are. There's some sucker countries that want to kiss arse. I don't necessarily think the citizens think that. I think it's the governments that want to kiss up to them. Look what's happening with Armenia and Azerbaijan recently. Oh, love you. Yeah, because you're getting paid. Corruption. Yeah. Is that what the citizens want? No. So I think most people have the opinion that Trump is just a very weak, spineless individual. That's what I think he is. Yeah, he's not a leader. He's just very weak. Helpful review, can't be bothered to read it. Is Hillary Clinton a shapeshifter? Wow, most people. Is healthcare expensive there? No. No. Again, check out my YouTube channel and look for healthcare in Russia. There's a couple of videos on it. It tells my story regarding healthcare. The healthcare here makes the NHS look like kindergarten, to be honest. The healthcare here is remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Aaron Smith, thank you for your answer. I always wonder if you think the same. You're welcome. Dazzler, Tommy Robinson, yes or no? He's a divisive character, isn't he, Tommy Robinson? What do I think of Tommy Robinson? I think he has an agenda. I don't know necessarily if I'm sure where that agenda comes from. On face value, it all looks great, doesn't it? But I don't trust it. It feels like Black Lives Matter. It feels like BLM. That's what it feels like to me. So I don't trust it. And as soon as I see people trying to unite behind the flag, my alarm bells go. I instantly think, uh-oh, here we go. This is all about setting a course of conflict. And as I said, if you've got a government that is talking war, and conflict, but hasn't got a military, what are they going to do? They're either going to backtrack and say, yeah, we've got to stop saying that, which they have absolutely no reverse gear, so that ain't happening, or they're going to try and create an army where they think, yes, not going to work. The European army is a joke. It's never going to happen. NATO is a joke. Logistics. Oh yeah, how are you going to do that then? How are you going to get all the countries to work together? You're all talking the same language, are you? All operating the same machinery, have the same tactics? No, never going to happen. It's delusional stuff. It's 2 a.m. here. What time is it there? It is 10 past 10 in the morning. John Smith, Trump protects child predators. Trump does a lot of stuff, doesn't he? Look at Palestine. I'm sure my stream will end now I've said that word. What the fuck's that all about? My wife is Russian and I live in the UK. I get most of my healthcare done on my visits to Russia. Yeah. When did your wife leave Russia? You know, are you regulars back in Russia? Do you understand Russia today? Or is it a case that, you know, like a lot of Russians that left Russia, it was 20 years ago, and a lot of them think that that's Russia. It's not. So I'm hopeful that you make regular trips and, you know, you understand what Russia is. I think you might be misinformed. He's just trying to keep England safe and remove all the threats. I don't think I'm misinformed. This is my own opinion. You know, and being my own opinion, it can't be misinformed. It's just my opinion, for what it's worth. Like I say, I think on face value, it all looks great. And if you just take the headlines, then, yeah, it looks wonderful, you know. It looks like Dick Turpin, doesn't he? Or Robin Hood. But I'm very suspicious of it. Like I say, all of this stand behind the flag stuff. It's a dangerous game. Very dangerous game. And all of the migrants being of military age. Why is that? Do you think they are being allowed into the country to fight the internal war? Or do you think they're being allowed in the country to cause what is happening, which is rally behind the flag, make people patriotic again, make people want to fight for their country and die for their country again? That's the question. If you think that it's all about internal conflict and it's about uniting behind the flag to show the government that these migrants that are coming here of military age aren't welcome and that you're not going to put up with it, that's all great. That's, you know, it's a very noble cause. I think that might be part of it. I don't think that's the full picture. I think the full picture is going to come to light as we go on. But what I think is that a lot of this military age migrant is all about creating a military that we haven't got at the moment to fight for the country, to unite behind the flag. Send your kids to die. Yes, he does, but you never know. But then someone needs to step up. Wait till you see London on the 13th of September. Do you know what? I hope so. You know, in that regard, I hope that people do, you know, stand up to the government and get government change, you know, because it's pure evil what's going on in the UK at the moment. Absolutely evil, and it absolutely must be stopped. But I am very suspicious about, like I say, as soon as you start this flag waving, throughout history, that has always been to create a military for conflict. So I'm very dubious of it. Aaron Smith, man, I'd vote for you. Don't vote for me, mate. Definitely don't want to vote for me. Most people wouldn't like what I would do. Was there actual sanctions on branding products there? Shan, yes. So, you know, a lot of the woke brigade, as I call them, made a stand. We're not going to deal with Russia. And now they're all going, can we come back, please? Russia's going, yeah, nah. No, you made your bed, you've got to lie in that one. So, yeah, a lot of branded products did leave. But soon got replaced. So, yeah. I mean, I've got Marmite. I've got Bisto gravy. There's a few things that you can't get, you know, from, like, say, Marmite and Bisto gravy, but you can. Marmite you can buy on Ozone. You can't just walk into a shop and buy it. It's not on the shelf, but you can get it delivered. Bisto gravy, I don't think you can, because I think there's probably something about Bisto gravy that's not legal in Russia, because I haven't seen it available even for delivery. So there's some things that you can't get, but pretty much everything else is available here despite sanctions. You know, I could go to the local supermarket and, you know, video, and I have done. So have a look at some of the videos. There's nothing you can't get here. So yeah, sanctions have had an effect on Russia, but they've learned to live with them. You know, has it been uncomfortable? I'm sure it has. But Russia deals with it now. They've got infrastructure and they've got a base to deal with it. So sanctions really now are pointless. They do nothing. We're all entitled to our own opinions. Well, at the moment, yeah, absolutely, Dazzler. Of course, I don't have an objection with anybody's opinion as long as they're respectful. People come on a channel and they're just rude. Got a problem with that. Because if somebody came into my house and they were rude to me, I'd throw them out the house. I agree with you on the migrants, but at least put a shirt and a hat on. You're not in Barbados. Mate, it's hot here. It's now 32 degrees. I'm having to, look, I'm standing next to the fence to get in the shade. It's hot. I'm a Brit. We don't do above 30 degrees. It's not something we're used to. That's called a heat wave. So, yeah, I ain't putting a shirt on. I'm not putting a hat on. You have the off button. Please feel free to exercise it. Aussie Spy, good morning, sir. Aaron, sad thing is, we're all human. We all do things every day to survive, no matter what country you're from. When you're born to die, everything in between can be changed. Yeah, you know, to a degree, you're in control of your own destiny. Just whether you are brave enough to do that, you know. People have told me, I can't believe how brave you've been, and God almighty, you've got some balls to do this, and you've got to... I don't think so. I just changed my geography. I think for me, I spent a lot of time travelling around anyway, you know, with... I did clay pigeon shooting for a while, quite a long time, and I was involved in motorbike racing at World Championship level, so... And on top of that, I enjoyed travelling around anyway, started from a very young age. So I've always travelled around, so it's never been something that I've been scared of. It's always exciting. But a lot of people live within 15 miles of their house and don't go anywhere. So the thought of them moving to another country, terrifying. It wasn't for me. Because I've gone on holidays and, you know, I've gone racing to different countries. And it's just, you know, you realise that it's, as long as you've got the basics, it's not really a problem, is it? Men always can communicate with men anyway. We point and grunt at stuff, so even language barrier is overcomeable. So, yeah, I think it's pretty easy, really. It's just your mindset. If you build yourself into a prison, you'll live in a prison. I never have. Yes, they're supposed to be new NATO troops. Yeah, well, NATO troops will consist of, 32 different nations, speaking different languages, different tactics. I know they're all supposed to use the same weapons-ish. But how's that ever going to gel on a battlefield? He's in his own property. He can he can be Stark if he wants. Diligence, thank you very much. Amen, brother. What moisturiser do you use? The sun's rays, my dear. What's up, bro? Love your accent. Aussie? No. I'm a Brit. Come from the UK. Not a criminal. Ranulph White Wolf. I think it's about making white British a permanent minority. Zionists have been some of the biggest supporters of mass migration, so I don't trust people who raise the Israeli flag along with theirs. Yep, I agree with that. Oi, oi, oi. John D. Love it or hate it. There you go, Dazzler. Got to have a bit of Marmite, and I love it. Not 50. No. My bad, the game. You guys might be responding to people that I can't see, so I'm not sure. Kate McDougall, you're an Americant, are you? Were you wearing a red suit whilst filming at the supermarket? Aussie Spy, that's an interesting question. Red suit or red shirt, sorry. Suit. Was I wearing a red shirt? That's an interesting question. You'll have to check the video and see. I'm not sure. What do you do for work over there? Simulation, I don't do anything. I'm retired. I live a life of luxury. I live a life of this. Swimming pools. And my robot hoover has cleaned the pool now. So as soon as I catch up with the chat, I'm going to say, Dos Vidania. I'm going swimming. Kate, you need to learn English. I'm an immigrant bacon, okay. It's raining in the UK now. What a shocker. And people say, why Russia? There's one reason. My bad. Totally agree, a lot of dickheads. Only about 19 degrees here in Norfolk. Brr. Had a good summer though. Yeah, I think the UK had a good summer this year, which is sad really, isn't it? We had a good summer. We have a good summer here every year. Guns. Yeah. As a foreigner, it's difficult to get into guns. You've got to be, I think, a Russian citizen before you can go down the gun route. But then I think it's quite accessible. But as a foreigner, no. Do you do hunting or sport shooting? No, I used to do clay pigeon shooting at a high level, I'd say. Yeah, won a gold medal at the Classic, which is, if you're into clay pigeon shooting, you know it's probably the largest clay pigeon event in the UK. Yeah, I used to shoot fairly competitively. Next level was shooting for England, but didn't have the time or the money to do that, so knocked that on the head. Concentrated on bikes, bike racing. Used to do rider coaching and suspension setup for supermoto and superbikes. This is AI, I can always tell. Ah, good. All right then. TT Superbikes, Gem Mayhem. Yeah. Yes. Spent a lot of time involved in that world. Last rider I worked with won a TT this year. Won, I think, a couple last year. Can't remember if he won 1 or 2 this year. Can't remember. I think he won 2 last year. Yeah, he did. Last year he won the senior TT and the superbike TT, I think. Or the super stock and the senior. I can't remember. My brain's cabbaged. But yeah. But I didn't have anything to do with the TT. That's why we parted company. I didn't want to be involved in the TT. Cared too much about the kid. We were very close, and when he decided to go off racing the TT, I told him I wouldn't be going. So, you know, that's when we parted. But that was his natural progression. That's what he wanted to do. I just didn't want to be part of it. Yeah, it's difficult when you're very close to somebody, I think, and I didn't want to be there, because I'd be damned if I did and damned if I didn't, and I was. You know, if something had gone wrong, it would have been my fault, and yeah, I didn't want that. Didn't want that on my conscience. I didn't want to have to deal with that. So, purely selfish, I guess, but take care. Thank you. Do you spend winters in Russia? Yes. What does the summer, or when does the summer end where you are? Christ. Well, last year I was still in the pool, I think in November. It was cold. You know, it's probably about 22 degrees in the pool then, whereas 30 degrees at the moment. But it's pretty long, the summer here. Saw that you made a few XRP videos. Let's hope for a major bull run end this year and I can join a retirement party. Simulation, yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? XRP, Christ, I've been into that coin since 2016. So yeah, a lot of people didn't get the XRP video, didn't work it out. They thought I was hating on XRP. I didn't realise I was hating on the influencers that are clickbaiting everybody and generating a load of money. Aussie Spy, thank you, mate. Plastic is definitely not AI. He's very real and a great guy. It's very kind of you to say, sir. Thank you. Dazzler, he did win too, senior and super. Yeah. I just don't remember. You know, I can't remember the results that we had. I remember the first BSB round that we won. And the last one, because it was the last round of the year, at Brands. But the first one was special, definitely. Yeah, that was special. That was a moment, because that was won in absolute style. Yeah. Yeah, it was good times. Did enjoy it. Very proud of what we achieved. Very proud to be a part of that guy's journey. Very proud of, you know, what my involvement was. You know, ultimately, when I started working with him, he was just a wobbler, you know, running around at the back of the pack kind of thing. And yeah, took him in Supermoto, took him from being a back of the pack wobbler to championship contender, and then progressed into superbikes and taught him how to get his knee down. So yeah, I was involved with him at, you know, a very deep level. So yeah, I remember his first ride on a sports bike. I remember the first race. I remember all of that. So yeah, I'm very proud of what we achieved together. And ultimately, he's gone on to greater things, which I always said he would. So yeah. Yeah. What would it take for you to move back to the UK? That's a good question, Toxic Hazard. Whew, dear. Changing government, wouldn't it? I don't know. I don't think it's not just about the government. It's about the attitude and the people, and everybody's angry and everybody's upset, and just changing the government isn't going to change that. Our culture is very much angry. You know, it's very much based on anger. Gotta hate everybody. You know, the newspaper says hate the French this week, so we're going to hate the French. You know, it's just all just a very angry country, you know. And it's all based on misinformation, and it's all based really on throwing a load of different races, creeds, colours and religions and pushing them all together. Of course it's going to generate aggro. The country's too small for the amount of people that are in it. You know, the infrastructure is collapsing and the debt and everything else, and it's just, you know, the country's on fire. So it's not just about the government, because that's not going to fix all of that. You know, it's a social thing now in the UK. You know, there are still good people in the UK, but I've got to say out here, it's nicer. The people are nicer, I'm sorry. They are. They're just more friendly to me. They're more helpful. They're kind, they're considerate. It's very straightforward. It's sincere. There's no bullshit. There's no, you know, there's no lip service to stuff. If you're being a dick, somebody will tell you you're being a dick. But that's it. That's where it ends. They move on from that. Whereas in the UK, oh, that's a grudge now forever, you know. It's just different. It's just different. And I just prefer it out here. I prefer the culture. I prefer the weather, you know. I prefer the food. You know, I like the vineyards. There's stuff here that I just couldn't have in the UK. So, I don't know. Is the honest answer. I think if you move the UK to Russia, move back to the UK maybe. Are they spraying the skies in Russia as well? No. Manxman, TT only for real men. Oh yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. But bike racers are a different breed anyway. You know, even at the club level, they're a different breed. I remember in Supermoto, there was a South African, Craig Venske, won the British Championship. and we were racing at Wigan, and he was fighting for the British Championship, and he had a big crash and he broke his ankle, and I mean, you know, pretty bad. And that effectively, everybody said that's the end of his championship. It's lost now. And I think the medics wanted to obviously stop him from racing, but he didn't take his boot off. And effectively, I don't know how it all came about, but he raced with a broken ankle. Can you imagine a footballer doing that? No. Was he in a lot of pain? Hell yeah. Is that a normal occurrence? Yeah. I remember seeing Davey with a very beaten up elbow, had a big crash on Supermoto, and had his elbow massively swollen up, black and blue, raced, carried on. You know, they have a big crash, they get battered and bruised, but if they can operate the brake, the throttle and change gear, they'll race. They are a different breed. And that's what separates the men from the boys. So yeah, I'll agree with that. That's for real men. And people say that guys that race the TT are just mental, they're just unhinged. They're absolutely not. Absolutely not. They're smart people. They have to be. You can't race the TT at a competitive level and be an idiot. You have to be clever. They know what they're doing. They understand the risks. But coming from, you know, I'm a bike rider myself, and I've never raced the TT or never raced anything, but I have ridden like an absolute cunt on the road, and I can tell you that there is nothing like it. There is nothing that compares to that. And once you've had a taste of that, once you've had a taste of riding a fast bike, you know, cars don't do anything. Cars don't excite me at all, not at all. I had GTR, I had, you know, over 500 horsepower Mustang, Mitsubishi Evo 8. You know, I've had fast cars. Yeah. Compared to a bike, nothing. So, you know, riding a litre bike is something special. It's, yeah, it's something that's very difficult to get away from, very difficult to leave. Once you've had that fix, you know, it is a drug, it's addictive. And nobody gets in a car and worries about whether they're going to crash and die. You know, you just concentrate on doing what you're good at and what you can do, and minimising the risk by concentrating on what you're doing. And it's the same with racing the TT. You know, they all understand the risks, but ultimately they minimise the risks by preparing and, you know, practicing and, you know, being in a good team, ensuring that the bike is prepped as well as it can be, and then making adjustments to make it as good as it can be. And that's, you know, that's how they mitigate the loss, you know, to mitigate the risk. So, you know, they're definitely not stupid, far from it. They're very clever. The top level people are very clever. And yeah, you also have to understand, if you've never ridden at the speeds that they do, you can't comprehend it because your brain doesn't react quick enough to it. The average person wouldn't make it because your brain won't react quick enough. But you program your brain to it, you build up to it. You know, it's a bit like riding a bike. The first time you hit 100 miles an hour on a motorbike, you think, oh my God, oh my God. But when you're doing it day in, day out, it becomes completely normal and very basic. It's a bit like riding, you know, driving down the motorway at 70 or 80 miles an hour and then coming off. If you're on a motorway for 4 hours and you're going at 80 miles an hour, and then you take an exit and it's a roundabout, all of a sudden you're like, shit, and you're really hanging on the brakes because you don't realise how quick you're going. And it's kind of the same thing. You just get used to riding fast. So 100 miles an hour becomes very mundane. But to most people, that's, you know, oh my God, and they probably would have kittens hearing me say it. But 100 miles an hour becomes very, very mundane. 150 miles an hour becomes very, very mundane. Past 150, it's a different world. Everything changes, the sound changes. Up to 150, it's all noise and chaos. Past 150, it's quite peaceful. You just get, you know, just hear the motor humming, and yeah, it's an interesting space to be. So, yeah, I absolutely get why riders race to TT. I absolutely get it. Would I have done it when I was younger? Yeah, nearly did. Nearly went to the Isle of Man. Would I do it now? Fuck no. No chance. I'm fully aware of my limitations. YouTube. Oh, are you? Oh, that's a shame. But yeah, I mean, you know, thanks for coming out on my channel. No offence, none taken, Manx man. None taken. On my way. Cool. Chat's moving about 3 mins fast. Sorry. It's all about doing things and moving on and doing something else. Yeah, life is about... He who dies with the most experiences in life wins. What do you want to do? Do you want to get to your grave and go, I worked bloody hard? Or do you want to get to your grave going, shit, I needed a rest? I did this, I did this, I did it. You know, I've had loads of life experiences in all different walks of life. Scuba diving, clay pigeon shooting, bike racing, you know, touring, cars, bikes, yeah, all sorts of stuff. I've lived a full life. I've enjoyed my life. And I do enjoy my life still. I've got no intention of ending it just yet. But I don't want to be sat at home staring at 4 walls, just going to work and paying somebody else's bills. Have you been on TV? Yes. And to be happy, Dazzler. Yep. How did your family feel about moving to Russia? Have they visited and seen Russia too? Shan, no, they haven't. It was a decision that we made together. We all talked about it over a period of time. It wasn't an easy decision for me to leave my kids. But they're grown-ups. They're adults, you know. One's 20, one's 22, 23. 23. I'll have to do the maths quick. 23. Yeah, one's 23. Shit, where did that go? But yeah, it was a decision we all made. It was the right thing for all of us. And they haven't visited Russia yet, but they both really want to. Talk to them regularly. Move over here, we send immigrants back home and ban them for 5 years. England is doomed. Yeah, the trouble is, the Manx man, it's the weather, isn't it? Just move the TT to Russia. I have suggested that. I'll tell you what, the roads out here for bikes, oh, they are unbelievable. Absolutely epic. If you're a bike man, wow. You come down here, go through the Caucasus Mountains. The bike roads, just absolutely. Have a look on Google Maps and just zoom right in. Look at something like Krasnodar to Tuapse. I'm looking at the wife to confirm how I say it. Tuapse. Yeah. Krasnodar to Tuapse on the coast. It's a windy road that goes through the mountains. Have a look at, I don't know, Novorossiysk to Sochi, another windy road. The roads are just phenomenal round here for bikes. There's a big biking culture here that I haven't partaken in yet. I'm saying yet. Because we're being taxed to death, we get no time for ourselves. Correct. We feel in slavery in the UK. Well, yeah, they live in life luxury. Yeah, nail on the head. Yeah, absolutely. No mosques, no beggars or homeless. Same as here, mate. Well, there's mosques, but everybody lives in, you know, in harmony here, because you can't come here and set up and start talking your own language and, you know, taking over areas and all that kind of stuff, because it's Russia. Come to Russia, speak Russian. The EU was the answer, yeah, but it was a failed experiment, wasn't it, the EU? Patience is being tested. British people are fed up. Yeah, of course they are. But British people get fed up, and they stay fed up, and they moan, and they groan, and they grizzle. But we need to get back to my dad's era, when men were men. You know, now we just moan about it, and, you know, yeah. Hopefully they get back to it. Levian, can't be bothered with that. I've heard it 100 times. It's not new. It's quite boring. What is the infrastructure like in Russia? For example, broadband and mobile technology and TV services. Well, I'm on mobile at the moment because I've been wandering around the garden. So you tell me. I did a live stream from the UK in May, and it was terrible because it's on the channel. Go and have a look, but the stream kept cutting out. It, all of that crap. But I've been on mobile internet now, streaming on YouTube live. So you tell me what you think the infrastructure's like. Now, I'm in a little village. It's a lot better, mate. A lot better. Manxman, yes, those racers are a different breed. Different breed and certain boxers. Here we go, here's the first one. I haven't been called traitor for a while. How am I a traitor then? Gamig Bonnie. What a fucking stupid name that is. I never really understand the Breaking Bad reference because I never was somebody that just sat and watched hours and hours of TV trying to fulfill my life. So the Breaking Bad reference, every time somebody writes it, they're laughing at themselves thinking they're clever, but it's been said 1,000 times, so I don't know why they think it's funny. Funny to them, I guess. I just think you're an idiot. You're not going to add any value to the chat, so dos vidania. All of them have families in the paddock. It's calculated risk, definitely. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, and the family thing, I know from personal experience, it's a mixed thing. Some family members go, some stay away. Yeah, for me, I chose not to be part of that because, like I say, I was very close to the lad. I treated him, in my mental state, I treated him more like my son. I was too emotionally connected, but you have to be when you're working with somebody, coaching them and setting their bike up. You have to be very close to them. If you're not, they're not going to trust you, and if they don't trust you, they're never going to ride to their potential. And when we first started, we had to build that trust, and I did that by proving myself, by showing that what I said was correct and what I said the bike would do was correct. And it got to a point where the biggest change, I think, was, we were racing in Switzerland, and there's a story that we told there. That's where the change started. That's where the rider had sort of the awakening. Up to then, he was a bit of a prima donna, like all young kids are. He knew better kind of thing. But that was the turning point. That was when he went, oh, shit, because, something happened. He wanted a bike set up one way. I knew that was wrong. I set it up a different way. But somebody else did the tyre pressures, so he went out and rode it and told me it was terrible, basically. I'm really going to shorten this story. He told me the bike setup was terrible, it felt horrible. I asked the person that did the tyre pressures what pressure they put in the tyres, and they put in, I think, 26 psi, and I asked for 23, and that makes a massive difference on a bike, on a race bike, especially in supermoto. And so the bike didn't do what it was supposed to do, but I didn't know it had been set up with 26 psi. Just trusted that they were going to do what I'd asked them to do, but they didn't, because, as I said earlier, the tyre manufacturer had specified 26 psi. I don't give a 20 rat's ass what the tyre manufacturer says. They work in a laboratory. They test their tyres in a lab, not in the real world. So yeah, we had a conflict. He wanted the bike set up a different way, and so I said, yeah, sure, okay, no problem. So in front of him, I set the bike up that way, put all the settings back to how he wanted it, and then he was happy, and off he went for lunch. Once he walked away for lunch, I changed it all, put it back to where I knew it needed to be, and then changed the tyre pressure down at 23 psi, which I knew where it needed to be. Yeah, he came back, and I can't remember if he won I don't think he won the race, but I think he podiumed, or he did, fantastic result anyway. And basically came in and said, see, I told you, the bike's brilliant, the bike's perfect, and bike's this. And I just looked at his mum and went, do you want to tell him? And obviously she said, Yeah, he changed all the settings, put it back to where, and he couldn't believe it, because in his head the bike was set up how he wanted it set up. And racers never really want a race bike. They want a comfortable bike. That's not what a race bike is. So that was his first awakening. That's when the penny dropped and he thought, fuck me, this guy, yeah, he's right, I'm going to listen to him. But Croatia was the first time where the difference really was obvious. We were racing there, and there was a particular section. He was coming off of the dirt section and then driving into the tarmac section just flat out. And I think taking a left-hand corner, about fourth gear, I think, third gear maybe, tapped and sort of mid corner, mid track, and everybody else was running the same line, and he came in, and I told him, yeah, don't do that. I want you to take fourth gear, flat out, and come use more of the track. Just sort of had a bit of a pep talk, and he just went, yeah, okay, and he just went out and came round past us, did exactly what I said, flat out, and his mum just literally went, oh my God, because it was a lot faster. And he flew round and came back in, and mum sort of went, oh my God, and she said to him, I can't believe you did that. Can't believe you did that. That was so much quicker, and this and that, and oh my God, I was really scared and all that. And, you know, why did you do it? And he said, Chris said the bike could do it. And that was it. And that was from that moment on, that was the level of trust that we had. You know, if I told him the bike could do it, he trusted that the bike would do it, because we had that trust between us. You know, I relied on the information he gave me, and he gave me it truthfully and not bullshitted. And he relied on me processing that information and giving him a bike that worked, and it worked. Yeah, moved on to bigger and better things now. Doing well for himself, the lad. Jem, good night. The Isle of Man is something else. That's scary. Yeah, it is. For the average mortal, yeah. But for the TT gods, yeah. But to be honest, even the TT guys will tell you there's nothing like it, and it's just absolutely, you know, you can't compare it to anything. Dazzler, yeah. Yeah, there's nothing like a bike. It doesn't compare to anything. How is the healthcare system structured? Do you pay for private or everything? So it's a bit of both. As a foreigner, if you come here on holiday, you know, if there's an emergency, you'll get free healthcare. You know, if you run over, for example. But generally, you'll pay for it. But once you start on the TRP, you know, temporary residency, permanent residency process, once you have residency status, you're entitled to free healthcare. But you can also pay for it. I've always paid for the healthcare here. One, because I think I shouldn't be a burden to the country. So I shouldn't be coming here and claiming. That shouldn't be my goal. My goal should be coming here and, you know, adding to the country, not detracting from it. And two, to be brutally honest, private healthcare is freaking cheap. Blood test, £6, results the same day. I had a topography scan and a CAT scan, I think they call it, or a CT scan or whatever. I had 2 scans, it was less than £50. Again, results the same day. So yeah, you know, you don't mind paying for it when those are the costs. So yeah. Kate McDougall, I don't see you being useful, to be honest. So yeah, Classic TT just finished last week. No more racing till May here. No. Trouble is, like I say, the Isle of Man, when the weather's nice, it's like Anglesey. When the weather's nice, it's a beautiful part of the world. When the weather's not, it's hell on earth, isn't it? Sideways rain. Yeah, which is, you know, it's okay when you're used to it, and when you live there, you're of course used to it. It's normal, but I'm living like this now. It's very difficult to be excited about a lot of rain. Make the most of it as it goes by, even quicker at 50. Dazzler, you're absolutely right. Yeah, life just disappears now. You know, weeks feel like days. Yassi, why Russia? Why not? That's what I always say. Beautiful country, beautiful people. Don't believe the Western bullshit. Do some of your own research. Do some independent research. Open your eyes a little bit. And you know, I'm not saying you've got your eyes closed. Maybe you haven't, but yeah, you know, if you listen to the Western media, you would ask that question, and you know that's usually why. But yeah, it's a beautiful country, beautiful people, beautiful weather, beautiful food. Again, I'm speaking from my own experience. You know, this is where I live. I don't live in St. Petersburg, so I can't comment on that. But, you know, St. Petersburg is more of a British climate, I would call it. And I don't want that. I want to get away from it. What do we in the Brits, what do we in England do? We're always talking about the weather. Why? Because it's always fucking shit. It's always all over the place, isn't it? So it's a topic of conversation. Don't talk about the weather here, because it's like this all the time. So, you know, it's a bit of a moot point, isn't it? Hopper, nice to see you. Good morning, how are you and how is the weather in region Krasnodarsky Krai? Yeah. 31 degrees. Pretty good. Yeah, you're right, it's always windy here. Yeah, I mean, we have a breeze here most of the time, which is why it's nice. Middle of summer, it can be high 30s here. Which as a Brit, you just go, I can't do that. But there's a constant breeze, so it doesn't feel like that, you know. Hopper, in Holland, it's 21 degrees, and we're having 2 weeks vacation. Yeah. I've heard some people say that Russia is going the same direction as the West, but slower. I couldn't disagree more, especially when it comes to immigration. Russia has way stricter standards. I agree. Yep, I agree. Russia has an immigration policy. It's very strict and it's adhered to. So there are rule changes, you know, all the time as they want to attract people from the West, but you still have to meet the criteria. It's not just, yeah, welcome with open arms. You're welcome with open arms as long as you meet the criteria. You do the paperwork. You pass the immigration, medical for a start. So, yeah, it's not just rock up on the shores and in you come. Life on Two Wheels, Boston, Massachusetts. Pray for me, I'm going to do a nickel tomorrow. Okay. No idea what that is. Train builder, I love living in Britain. Cool. That's fucked up. People should speak what they want to. That's mad. Okay. It's like you guys going to the Arab country for a holiday and then tell you to speak Arab. No, it's not. You've missed the point. As a holiday maker, yeah, come and do what you like. But if you want to come and live here, speak the language. This is Russia. The language is Russian. What's so difficult about that? That's that's a very Western mentality that the world should speak English. You know, that's our ignorance and our arrogance. Why? Russians speak Russian. So if you want to live in Russia, speak Russian. So it's not like you guys going to bloody Arab country and blah, blah, blah. Been good chatting. Have a great day. Good to hear someone of a good breed. Dazzler, thank you. Very kind of you. Toxic hazard. Russia has more net immigration or net migration than the UK normally, 750,000 per year until 22, when net 900 left due to the war and 200 left in each year. 23. Yeah, okay, whatever. Simulation. Amazing how the YouTube algorithm works. Strange how this channel popped up. Finding it really interesting, enjoying it. Second time on a live stream. Simulation, thank you very much. Very kind of you, but you'll notice the viewer count doesn't get promoted. It does initially until I start talking a bit political. As soon as I go down that path, so it'll go from 150, 200 people watching down to 30. But, you know, it stops getting promoted. So it's only the people that are here or somebody stumbling across it. So, yeah. Manxman, Supermoto, are you talking about Davey Todd? He's a good lad. Number 74. Never used to be 74. did he? I can't remember. What was his number to start with when we got together? It was a bit of a thing with Chris Hodgson because he's 74 as well. I think Davey was 7. I think he was always number 7. Then we went 742. And now he likes to be around the number 7. That's his thing, that's his number. Yeah. I don't talk about the time that I spent with Davey in depth. I've got a million stories, but they're between me and him. I would never betray him in that regard. I wouldn't talk shit about him. I wouldn't, behind his back or anything like that. I'd never do it. Never do it. Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah, spent a lot of time with him. Many years. Like I say, I taught him how to race on tarmac and I taught him how to get his knee down. Depends on the temperature outside. Yeah. He's won the IRRC the year he came to TT as a newcomer. Yeah. Yeah, I've got many stories, many pictures, many videos. Yeah. Will you be my sugar daddy? No, I won't. I will be the man that deletes you from the channel. Argen Gamer, hi. Russian, hi. $3,000 in the US for a CT scan. Yeah. If I want to, Terry, if I want a CT scan here, I'll go and have one this afternoon. Seriously. And it will cost me, just for a CT scan without a topography, but just a CT scan will cost me about £35. What's that, $40 maybe, something like that. And like I say, I'll go and have that this afternoon, and I'll have the results this afternoon. That's the difference. That's one difference, and that's not bullshit. That's just factual truth. You're Indian, cool. What's going on, man? Soul Design. Yeah, living my best life, mate. Joy in life. Just chilling today. Got a day of doing nothing. We've got no appointments, no places to be, nothing to do. Daughter's back at school, so just chilling. And I thought I'd come and talk to you guys, answer any questions you might have. My aunt lives in Brighton, been there a couple of times. Yeah, I came from Eastbourne, it's just along the coast from Brighton. Know Brighton fairly well. Is it pissing down where you are? No. Nope. It's blue skies and sunshine. Sandeep, hello. I think the Brits in Spain should learn Spanish. Alex, it's just our mentality, I can remember going to Spain in the 70s, early 70s, as a kid. I can remember Benidorm being like 4 hotels and just no tarmac, just dusty roads. I nearly drowned. Jumped in a swimming pool when I shouldn't have done. Didn't listen to me mum and dad. Told me not to go in the swimming pool until they came down to the pool. Did I listen? No. Did I nearly drown? Yes. Did I get pulled out of the pool by a stranger? Yes. Lesson learned. But yeah, it's our mentality, isn't it? Brits abroad, what do we want? English breakfast, English pub. But even then, when I was a kid, my dad learnt Spanish from a book, because we went to Spain a few times on holiday, and it was the right thing to do in his mind. So he learnt Spanish, taught himself. But, we just expect everybody to speak English, don't we? That's our problem. That's the arrogance of us. Hello, sir, where are you from? I'm from the UK. Simple as that. Hello, all from Tennessee. Michael. My name is Chris. Our neighbours friendly. Do you get to socialise much? I don't get... Well, it's not that I don't get to socialise. I just don't, really. We built our house to be a place that we're more than happy spending our days in. With the swimming pool, the sauna, You know, the ensuite bathrooms, the air conditioning, you know, underfloor heating in the winter, all the rest of it. It's a comfortable place to be. So we enjoy our own company. You know, the wife likes pottering around in the garden. I like swimming in the swimming pool. I like coming and doing the occasional YouTube live. I'm not a fan of doing YouTube videos. I don't really enjoy doing them. I do them occasionally. It's not one of my favourite things to do. I find it a bit contrived, really. But I have learnt a new trick, so I probably will start doing more videos. Yeah, I don't really socialise with the neighbours. We say hello, you know, when we see them. Hi, we have brief chats about random stuff, you know. But yeah, you know, we've got friends here. We visit them. They visit us. We have people to the house. We go around to other people's houses. We go out for day trips. You know, we go out for lunches. We do all of the sort of stuff that retired people can do, I suppose. So no, we don't live in the neighbours' pockets, and they don't live in ours. Arjun, is that a Israeli flag that you're flying there? I do hope not. Right. There's another retard that just wants deleting. Michael, wow. Free Palestine, indeed, I'll agree with that. Thanks, man, is a troll. Okay. Messages held for review. So YouTube has held a few messages there. Obviously, a load of rubbish, I'm guessing. Shouty bloke, 3 hours already. Yeah, I know. Where's the time go? 11 o'clock. I just thought I'd do an early stream today. Yeah, and here we are, 3 hours later. But yeah, good morning, mate. And yeah, cats are enjoying the weather as always. Ruben, hi. Hopper, by the way, I have a question. Have you done the Belgrade-Sochi plane route to visit England or Europe again, or only Turkey route? No, Hopper, I've just gone via Turkey. So we get the train to Sochi, Sochi to Istanbul on the plane, and then Istanbul to Gatwick. Shan, do you find it a bit lonely there? Does interacting with us lot keep you healthy socialising? That's an interesting question. I'm definitely not lonely. I'm work shy. So there are some things that I can be getting on with around the house, like we've got a little fencing project that I need to do on both sides of the house. I need to fence off one side, or both sides. The wife wants some decorative fencing put up and stuff. And yeah, it's just a bit of routine maintenance of stuff. Nothing exciting, you know, a bit of tree pruning next month probably. But I'm work shy, so if we have nothing to do, I know the wife is going to ask me to do something. So I can pick the phone up and do a live stream. Us blokes can always find a way. But no, I'm not lonely, sweetheart. Sweetheart, I'm assuming you're female. That's wrong. How dare I? I hope I haven't misgendered you. Do I find it a bit lonely there? No, I'm very comfortable in my own skin, so I don't need validation from others. So yeah, I'm quite happy in my own skin with my own thoughts. Yeah, I don't need to have lots of friends and people around me to, you know, to sort of enhance my life. I'm quite happy in my own skin, like I say. So no, I'm not lonely. Free Palestine. Hi from India, a lone warrior. Hi. We like to drive around in Spain, and I try to order in Spanish. They really appreciate it. The same with the food. Else, why do we visit Spain? Yeah, absolutely, Rachel. Yeah, you know, it's a bit, you know, I always say please and thank you. I always say hello and goodbye, because that's the bare minimum. Can't speak the language, but I will learn it from a child perspective very slowly, and it will be based on vocabulary not on being grammatically correct. So, yeah, there is a bare minimum, and that should be your absolute bare minimum. You should be, you know, pleases and thank yous and hellos and goodbyes, and be able to order a coffee and whatever. But, you know, most Brits will go to Spain, they'll go to the English part of Spain. Everybody, all the waiters will speak English. Go to Egypt, it's the same thing, you know, because they cater for it. Yeah, it's just what's always happened, isn't it? I'm hoping that it's less and less. I'm hoping that people make more of an effort. But who knows? The world is waking up. Yeah, Zionists. The mass from India, okay. Free Palestine. Israel sucks. Been a year and a half, I think, where you are Queen's Park Ranger footballer. Nah. Can't stand football. Bunch of grown men running around a field kicking a bag of wind. Has no interest to me whatsoever. Hello all the way from South Africa. Hello, my brother. Shanghai, no worries. You haven't misgendered me. Oh, cool. Thank God for that. Have you done the Trans-Siberian Express route? Always wanted to do that. Yeah, it's a bucket list thing, isn't it? But no, I haven't. I did the train from Moscow to our region. That was nearly 2 days. 40 hours on a train from Moscow to here. It's a big country. But no, there's so much. The thing is, the country's so vast. There's so much in our region. You know, people say, "Oh, have you been to St. Petersburg? Have you been here?" And you've been here, and it's like, well, St. Petersburg's like, 6,000 kilometres away, I think. 5,000 kilometres. I don't know. It's a long, bloody long way, anyway. And that's the thing. It's a vast country, so everywhere's a long way away, and just our region. There's so much to do. There's so many things to see. There's so many places to go. You all right, wife?
Yes.
Okay. What is the average hoist price over there? Do most people rent or buy? So rent isn't really a thing here because, for example, a 10 million ruble house, you'll rent out for maybe 40 or 50,000 rubles a month. So just do the maths on that, think how long it'll take just to get the money back, let alone maintaining the property for all those years, and actually making a profit. So people don't really buy to rent. Not like they do in the UK. They don't do it to make a profit and, that kind of thing. It does happen. People do rent properties, but generally they're properties that are owned outright. They haven't got a mortgage on them. So yeah, most Russians own their property. Renting is much, much less here than it is in the UK, for example. Hey mate, with not being in the UK as much anymore, are there anything you now feel like you've taken for granted that you don't get while living where you are now? Marmite. Took that for granted. The ability to just go to any shop and buy a jar of Marmite. Can't do that here. Got to order it in. So that's quite depressing. I do like Marmite. That said, I like Marmite on toast. Toast being bread being carbs, and I'm off carbs at the moment, so yeah. I know it's a stupid answer, but it's probably all I've got, because no, there's nothing. What did I take for granted in the UK that I can't have here? Nothing. All the time in the UK, I took for granted our healthcare. Our healthcare is the best in the world, apparently, because that's what we're told. And then you come here and realise that it's absolute shit compared to here. The healthcare here in Russia is 100 times better than it is in the UK. So all of those things have kind of gone the other way. I appreciate it more here because, you come here and go, oh my God, it's a lot better. So no, there isn't anything I take for granted. I suppose being able to see my family, up close and personal. I took that for granted. But aside from that, and obviously friends, but you know, the internet's a great thing. We can do this. But everything else, no, I didn't take it for granted because it's better here. So, you know, I didn't have a swimming pool in the UK. I didn't have a sauna in the UK. And I keep banging on about it, but it's nice things to have. Right, let's catch up with the chat. Hoorah. I relate to my wife, always having something to do. What side of the world are you? What side of the world are you? Well, I'm southern Russia now. I came from the UK. The jam is carbs. Nothing to... truck driving vacancies, opportunities out there? I don't know because I haven't applied for a job or looked for jobs. But there's next to zero unemployment and there's plenty of trucks here. So I'd say as a truck driver, you get a job. I was typing English. Yep. Where are you at? Southern Russia. Just outside a seaside resort town called Anapa in the south of Russia. ANAPA in your Google Maps, about 50 miles from Crimea. Oh wow, I can only imagine having to travel that long in the same country. Do you do much scenic driving, any camping or little trips across country? Yes, so I haven't done any camping because I don't see the fun in sleeping in a tent with spiders when there are perfectly good hotels. I like my creature comforts now. But camping is a big thing. A lot of people do it. A lot of people, and that's the thing. You have the freedom in this country to do that. You can drive into the woods, pitch up for a few days, have a barbecue, pitch your tent. You can do that. You can go to the beach. You can drive down onto the beach and do the same thing, pitch up for a couple of 3 days, and people do. So, you know, it is quite a big thing. You know, what they call rough camping. Yeah, you can just pitch up somewhere with your caravan, or your motorhome, or your tent, or whatever you want. You know, it's a safe country, so you can do that. And the land is, you know, the government's attitude is that the land is for the people and it's owned by the people. So, yeah, the people can go onto it and enjoy it. You can't go onto somebody's private land and do that, of course. That's an of course. But you can go into the forest and you can make camp. And you can go down the beach and do the same. Not my proudest. Fap. Thanks, chap. No idea. Try some English, mate. With you having a daughter over there, do you notice any differences in the way the kids are raised and their attitudes? Children seem to have a lot less respect than they used to in the UK. Yeah, no, they're brought up with respect here. Definitely. You know, it's very much about addressing somebody. You know, I actually had somebody apologise for addressing me by my Christian name and not calling me Mister, which is, you don't need to do that. But no, kids are brought up with respect. Respect their elders, respect their ancestry, respect authority. Yeah, they're brought up with respect. Leon, that's fair. If Marmite is the only thing you miss, then it sounds like you've settled in well there where you are. Leon, yeah, it is. And I don't miss it because I've got 2 jars of it. So I'm not even missing that. You know, I miss being close and personal to my friends and family. But like I say, everybody's got their own lives. My kids have got their own lives. My friends have got their own lives. Even when I was in the UK, we weren't in each other's pockets. So, yeah, there's nothing that I miss, nothing that I'm sort of thinking, oh God, I'm really missing out on something. I'm not. Are you there for holiday? No, this is the house. It's where we live. Google Moloch. Okay. Bloody hell, what is this abomination? Oh, right, it's a human. That's just rude, isn't it? Radium Rickshaw. Rude. David Steve. Oh dear. Brian, we need you on the front lines in Donetsk. Do you? Righto. Well, if they needed me, I'd probably listen to that comment. But I can assure you they don't need me. I can assure you of that. Why do I know that? Because I live here. I'm not reading Western media, mate. Have you heard or seen any cruise missiles? I know a lot go over Krasnodar towards the refineries. No. Is there poisonous spiders or snakes there? Apparently so. Did have a spider in the bedroom the other day. Big thing and all. Big airy legs, tattoos, all spelt wrong. Yeah. Big spiky teeth. About this big it was. Huge. Not a fan of spiders. Snakes I like. Cat had a snake in the garden the other day, actually. It was only a little thing, it was only a couple of feet long. And the missus said, Cat's got a snake. I'm like, pardon? She said, Cat's got a snake. I don't mind snakes, but I didn't know whether it was venomous or not, so I chopped its head off with a spade. But the cat thought it was funny playing with it. Is there poisonous spiders or snakes? Yeah, sorry, shouty bloke. I just answered that, haven't I? Nice country, Russia. I think so. Ricky B, cool. Communism is amazing, capitalism is rubbish, okay. Shouty bloke, creepy crawlies give me the heebie-jeebies. Well, the good thing about here is every creepy crawly is different to anything I've seen in the UK. So I don't know whether to be worried about it or not, because they're all just different. Do get praying mantis here, and they are amazing. I'm fucking fascinated with them. I love watching them. Had them in my hand. They're amazing things. I didn't know they could fly until I came here. I had no clue that a praying mantis could fly. So yeah, they're awesome things. But we have a thing here as well that's really awesome. And it looks like a hummingbird, tiny little hummingbird about this big. But it's actually a moth. But it's got a big thing on the front of it like a hummingbird. It flies up to the flowers and hovers and feeds off of the nectar and looks like a hummingbird, you know. And it's actually, I think it's called a hummingbird moth. So that's a really cool thing. Spiders, yeah, there's sort of some big-ish ones, but they're in the garden. You know, they don't come in the house really. But again, you know, once a month you might see one. I drown a few in the pool. Sometimes when I pull the pool cover off, there's one floating. But I think that's the salt water that gets them, not necessarily the water, but the fact that it's salt water. Are you worried about Putin and war, etc.? No, not in the slightest. What are vet costs like there for pets? Another good question, Shan. Vet costs are peanuts, absolute chicken feed. So I'll give you a very recent example. Ripple, our grey cat, was running around the garden, ran down the fence there, slipped and slid with her paw underneath the fence and gashed her paw open, her leg. Cut one of the, I'm not sure if it was a tendon or an artery, but there was claret everywhere. So obviously toddled off to the vet with her. You get to see the vet straight away. There's none of this, I'll come back next week malarkey. Same with the doctor, get to see the doctor the same day if you want to. Anyhow, I digress. So we went to the vets. She had to have a little operation and have her inner bit stitched back together and then the outer bit stitched back together. And a bit of treatment, a bit of antibiotics and, you know, various stuff. How much was the vet bill, honey, for Ripple?
1,500.
Yeah, that cost 1,500 rubles. About £12. Yeah. So emergency visit to the vet, including treatment, including the operation, £12. Yeah. Hopper, name me one thing you really don't like about Russia. The only thing. Price of cars. Cars are expensive. David, how is healthcare and living costs there? Fantastic. Healthcare is exceeds anything I've experienced anywhere else in the world. yeah, far exceeds anything you can get in the UK. Living costs, gas bill about £1 a month, electric £25–30 a month at the moment, but we're running air conditioning units and a swimming pool, and in the winter we're running a sauna, electric sauna. So yeah, £25–30 a month electric. Rachel, you watch Countryside Acres and they really settled in. The countryside looks beautiful. Do you have or did have any problems blending with your neighbours and the community? Nope, none. No, I've got to say everybody's been lovely. They really have. Yeah. Radium Rickshaw, you're just a retard, so let's just say Dos Vidania to you, sure. Clown. Next. Your live videos are so unique and peaceful. Thank you, man. Thank you. But the West love capitalism and their owners on Wall Street. Your cat named after the crypto coin. Simulation, yes. After the blockchain technology company. So Ripple being the company. Yeah, if you're into crypto, then our cats' names are Rosie, Rios, Ripple, Luna, and Gizmo. Yeah, it went a bit pear-shaped with Gizmo. So 4 of them are crypto-related. Rosie Rios being the 43rd Treasurer of the United States, and on the board of directors of Ripple Labs. The $1 trillion lady. So yeah, we have Rosie and Rios. But yeah, Gizmo, because it couldn't be named anything else, it is literally a gremlin. It's the cute little gizmo thing, soft as anything, lovely and cute. And then it's not that she gets wet and turns into a monster. It just, you know, it's like turns into a monster at dark. You know, she's just a nutcase. So yeah, she's perfectly named. How much does a house cost there? Also, how much is rent? I'll tell you, you know, in our region, the house next door would cost about 10 million rubles to buy. Rents for about 40–50,000 rubles a month. But it varies from region to region. If you have a look at off-grid in Russia, you'll have to look it up on Telegram or on Substack. Mike Jones, he's just bought a house on, I think, 10 Sotka, which is 1,000 square meters of land. It's an old house, 100 years old, you know, very run down, I suppose, by some people's standards, but very, very basic, proper off-grid, but a lovely area. And he's just paid $6,000 for the land and the house. So it really depends on the region. You know, it's a bit like how much to put radiators in my house. Depends on the house, depends where it is, depends how many radiators you need, depends how big the radiators are, depends on your boiler. There's lots of variables, you need to be more specific. Hopper, well, maybe when I have a male cat in Russia, I can call it Bitcoin. Oh dear, no, don't be a Bitcoin maxi, Hopper. Don't do that. That's where everybody starts. That's beginner level stuff, isn't it, Bitcoin? Got to move on from that. Blessings from Serbia. Thank you, sir. Good luck to you guys. Hope you can stay strong and fight off the NGO bullshit. Why did you move from the UK? Jesus Christ. That's not a question I'll get asked. I usually get asked, why did you move to Russia? That's a valid question. I get that. But why did I move from the UK? Is that actually a question? For a better life. For a better life for me and my family. David, you're looking for a medical degree there, okay? What do you think about the overseas things? Don't know, be a bit more specific, mate. And a female cat called Satoshi. Oh, no. Oh, Hopper, come on. You haven't bought into that bullshit, have you? Satoshi Nakamoto. Come on, mate. You don't believe that, do you? You do know that the US government invented Bitcoin, don't you? You do know that, don't you? Satoshi Nakamoto. It's a great narrative. Great story. Great story, bro. I think mature people are gathered here in your live video like that. Yeah, well, I'd wheedle out the idiots. Then you just get left with a few good people. Choke you softly. Nice. Thanks for answering me. Pleasure. Show that British bulge. Okay. You can't be a true Brit if you've moved away. Really? Is that true, is it? I don't know. What's a true Brit? Tell me the definition of a true Brit. Lived all my life in Britain. My family are East End London born and bred. My dad fought in the war. Fought for Britain. Got injured fighting for Britain. Fighting the Nazis. So what's a true Brit? UK's gone to pot. Yeah. Choke you softly. What's a good coin to invest in right now? Oh dear, not financial advice. It's very easy for me to just throw a few coins out at you, but really you need to go and do some research and not ask people on YouTube that question, because you know that's where it can all go wrong. That was a weird looking bug. Never seen that thing before. Looked like a cross between a white butterfly and a dragonfly. What on earth was that? XRP, XLM, XDC, Quant, H-bar, maybe V-chain, but I'm not really a fan. Algo, yeah, there's a few coins that are all right, a few coins that are good. Yeah, but there's an awful lot of shit out there. Look at the Trump coin, World Liberty Finance. Can't believe people bought into that. My friend Donald said it was good. Oh, classic rug pull. Dinghies. That's not how you spell dinghies, but okay. Jerusalem by Alan Moore about Northampton was a top story. Okay, Ricky. Hopper, well, maybe I should allocate some to the Ripple Army. Not financial advice, mate, but do some research. Just do a bit of research. Start with Ripple Labs. Start with the directors of the company. Have a look on Ripple Labs website and see who the board of directors are. And then research who those people are. That's a bit of an eye-opener to start with. And then look at who Ripple Labs is partnered with. And that's an easy search. Google it. Who is Ripple partnered with? You'll get plenty of information that leads you down some rabbit holes. But that should be the start of your journey. That should be the start of you going, oh, hang on a minute. It's one of those things, unless somebody directs you to do it, you're never going to do it. And, you know, the loudest voice is the Bitcoin maxi voice. You know, and it's like anything that comes at you. If you're told to look over here, you really should be looking over there. So when you're told to look at Bitcoin, don't look at Bitcoin. It's my advice. Alexa, no idea. British nationalism is sickening, especially in the modern iteration. Yeah, well, it's a reason for it. Most nationalism is sickening. Yeah. Essex lad, Nick Gurr. I used to know a Nick Gurr, but it wasn't your basis of Nick Gurr. I know what you're trying to do there. But I did actually know somebody called Nick Gurr. But good effort, Essex lad. I suppose your brother's called Toby Larone, is he? Yeah. A true Brit is where they stand up for the country, not run away. Okay. Stand up for the country. Why? What, because of geography? I should fight for a country because of geography, because I happen to be born there. Why? Is that a good enough reason? So based on geography, that's, you know, that's your slant, is it? You should fight for the country because you were born there. That's what a true Brit is. What about what's the country turned into? What's the country doing for me? Because my memories of Britain was hardship, taxation, government theft, which is what taxation is, taking my money and spending it in a way that I wasn't happy with. So why should I support that? Why should I be proud of that? What about the mistreatment of people? What about endless wars and trouble and conflict? Should I support that? No thanks, mate. If that's what being a true Brit is, I'll pass, thanks. Wife's going swimming. She's trying to tell me something, I think. But yeah, and the idiot that called me a traitor. How am I a traitor? How have I betrayed my country? Britain isn't at war with anybody officially, so I don't know how I've been a traitor. I haven't fought against Britain, so I've not been a traitor. Don't get that. It's a stupid comment. Britain isn't Ukraine. Some people need reminding of that. If not Russia, what would have been your second and third choices country-wise? Good question, Toxic Hazard. I don't know. Quite fancy exploring the Asian continent. I like the food, I like the culture. I mean, yeah. But I don't know, is the honest answer. Because now I'm here in Russia, I don't know where else I'd rather be. Because everything that I want is here. So, you know, I want to live my life peacefully. I want to live in a good climate. I want to live with good food. I want to live with good people that have good morals. I want to live in an area or a country with low crime or no crime. Low crime, anyway. I want to live in a country where homelessness is, you know, almost not a thing. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm happy here. You know, somebody said to me, if you won the lottery or you were a multi-millionaire overnight, where would you move to? I don't know. So it kind of hopefully tells you I'm happy here. Hopper, people with Russophobia in this chat is heavy. I can't stand that people. Narrow-minded, learn the truth. Watch Russians Today more. Yeah, the thing is, Hopper, these people, you can't fix them. They're too far gone. They're just degenerates. You know, they're sheep, ultimately. They believe the mainstream media narrative, and that's all they can do is repeat it. They know nothing about Russia. They've never been. They didn't know where Ukraine was 4 years ago. Didn't know Ukraine was a country 4 years ago. So they know nothing. So they're not really worth the time of day. And if they're still repeating it 4 years in, you can't fix them. And you know what I say, you can't fix stupid. Ricky B, yep. Also lost the most amount of people as well. I think HBAR will do well after doing a lot of research into it. Look who's backing it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think HBAR is a good project. But for me, I think with, you know, investing in something, a wise man once said, stack your pennies next to their dollars, talking about the rich and famous. If you want to get rich, that's what you do. Or if you want to have good money, that's what you do. Stack your pennies next to their dollars. So wherever they're investing, that's what you do. And for me, if you look at something like Ripple and the partnerships they've got, you can kind of see where it's going. And of course, the Bitcoin maxis will scream against that. And the main reason is that XRP was created to be a better Bitcoin. It fixes all the problems that Bitcoin has, of which there are many. But the Bitcoin maxis hate that. They hate that being said. They come screaming and swinging. It's only Bitcoin, Bitcoin, it's only Bitcoin, nothing else. Everything else is shit, it's just Bitcoin. Okay, what does Bitcoin do? Well, well, well. Glad you guys had a chat while I was gone. Simulation, that's where I got to before I got rudely interrupted by a flat battery. Pilot error, I guess. What is capital gains like over there? Don't know. Honestly don't know. So rather than tell you a load of lies or make it up, I'll just tell you I don't know. Hopper, thanks for the tip. You're welcome if you're still around. Ricky B, bro, is asking about capital gains and the communist economy. You actually knew someone with that name, honestly. Yeah, Essex lad, I actually did. Yeah. Yeah, I also knew a Richard Head. I kid you not. Fighting for geography is the same as gangs fighting for turf war with no ownership. Yeah, pointless exercise. How did you and your wife meet? Shan, sorry, you're probably gone by now, but how did we meet? We met in the UK, and yeah, how does anybody meet anyone nowadays? It used to be go down the pub or the disco, didn't it? But we don't do that anymore. It's all online, isn't it? One of the many, many dating sites. That's what it was. Yeah, we liked and matched and whatever it is, match.com or whatever, I don't know what it was. And yeah, we went out for a date, which was a disaster, an absolute disaster. Yeah. One of our early conversations, we were chatting for about a week before we actually met each other and went out for a date. And one of the conversations, I'm a petrol head, I'm a car guy, and I asked, are you into cars? And she says, yeah, I said, do you like fast cars? And she says, yeah, I like fast cars. I had a fast car. So our first date involved me saying that I'll take her to London and picking her up and driving a bit spirited, shall we say. And we got as far as Tunbridge Wells, and she asked me to pull over, and it was at that point that I realised she'd been quite quiet for a while. Yeah, turns out she likes fast cars. She doesn't necessarily like going fast in fast cars. So she was a bit green, and I was very apologetic, albeit a bit too late, and said, would you like me to take you home? She said, yes, I think that's best. So I drove her home, and didn't think I'd hear from her again. Thought that was that. And a week later, she messaged me, said, would you like to go out again? And I'm, really? After what happened last time? She said, yeah, but, hey, it's not a problem. It's one of those things. So, yeah, I took her out in the company car that time, the second time, which was a nice sedate BMW at the time, not the fast car. And that all went pear-shaped as well, but that's a story for another day. So how we actually got together, really, don't know. But she's a wonderful woman. She's remarkable. She sees beyond the surface. Britain and Russia were allies in World War II. Maybe Britain and the other allies lost the plot. Definitely. Yeah, became subservient to the US, unfortunately. HD, where? Russia, southern Russia, coast of the Black Sea, just outside Anapa, seaside resort town of Anapa, ANAPA. Let's see if I can stick a boost pack on the back of this. Oh, there we go. Will that work? That might work. Might make me mobile again. I'm thinking of moving most of my XRP bag over to stocks. I use a trading simulator at the moment, and I seem to be doing very well with it. If it's working for you, pal, good luck. Yep, good luck, mate. Yeah, I like the freedom that crypto gives you. Jackson Mills, have a blessed day. Yeah, I think that's when my stream died, didn't it? Energy something or other, don't know. Monty, yeah, don't know. Shouty bloke, low IQ trolling again, of course. Well, all trolling is low IQ, isn't it? Essex lad, I know lots of people recently that I know personally that have moved from the UK to Russia because they feel more free over there. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine that based on what we know about Russia from Western media all our lives, and then come to Russia and then go, why did I think that? Why is it so strange? Yeah, that's the story. Seems like battery is deaf. Hopper, you were absolutely right. Dead battery. Link's dead my end, yeah. Well, I'm back temporarily, we'll see. But I just wanted to catch up with the chat. I don't like to end without going through the questions, even if you guys aren't here now. Link dropped here too. YouTube wasn't happy with him talking about crypto. No, Shan, it was dead battery. Probably jumped in the pool very soon. Hope not with the phone. Well, it seems like the broadcast is over. I wish you a nice day in Anapa. No, Anapa. A-N-A, not A-N-E. A-N-A-P-A. Paka Paka. Well, there he is. Phone died or YouTube, please. Phone died, mate. Battery. Been streaming for 256 minutes. Nearly 4 hours. Scotty McJiggins, you're AI, aren't you? Okay, mate. Yeah. Out of all the images AI could produce, it's produced this. It's not though, is it? Aussie Spy, thank you, mate. It's very kind of you. Definitely not AI. A real guy and a great guy. It's very kind of you, mate. Very kind of you. But yeah, guys, I wanted to catch up with all of the chat. I didn't want to leave anybody hanging. One beautiful bloke it produced. Oh, true story there. Wife's in the pool, so I plan to join her. So, guys, thanks for tuning into the stream. You hardcore ones that stuck around, I salute you. But I'm going to go and cool down now. I'm going to go and climb in the pool to a few lengths. Hopper, you're going to eat? Good plan. If he is AI, it forgot the shirt. There you go, Aussie Spy. No shirt. Wish you a good day, like the broadcast today. Thank you. Thank you, Hopper. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you tuning in. Sorry to